satu. Cek cek. Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the jungle. Cek cek cek. Cek. Cek cek. 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 Cek cek cek. Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. My name is Mr. Nino. I come from violin class for retreat. Cek cek. Cek, cek, cek. Ah, itu baru masuk. Cek. Good morning, Pak Fik. Cek, cek.
Cek cek. Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to start our first day of the conference of 2026 Ichelang.
Good morning, distinguished keynote speakers, respected presenters, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 6th International Conference on Humanities, Education, Language and Culture, hosted by Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Universitas KATOLIK Indonesia, SANTU, Paulus, RUTENG. It is a great honor and pleasure to have all of you here today. We sincerely hope this conference becomes a meaningful platform for academic exchange, collaboration, and innovation among scholars and researchers from various institutions and countries. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Maria Olga Jelimun, and I will be your Master of Ceremony for today's conference. Today's conference will be held until 1:30 p.m. Ladies and gentlemen, to begin this conference formally, let us stand together to sing the national anthem of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya. Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, to ask for God's blessing upon today's conference, let us pray together. And let me lead this prayer according to Catholic faith. In the name of the Father, of the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Heavenly Father, we thank you for gathering us here today in this international conference. We are grateful for this opportunity to learn, to share knowledge, and to build friendships across cultures and nations. Bless every keynote speakers, presenters, participants, and committee member who have worked diligently for the success of this event. May your wisdom guide all our discussions and academic reflections throughout this conference. Lord Jesus Christ, you are the source of truth, understanding, and peace. As we engage in presentations, discussions, and collaborations, help us to use our knowledge with humility and sincerity. Teach us to respect one another's ideas and differences, and inspire us to become educators, researchers, and individuals who contribute positively to society, humanity, and the development of culture and education. May this event bring meaningful insights, fruitful partnerships, and lasting inspiration for all participants. We entrust the entire agenda of this 16th Ichelak into your loving hands. And we ask all these prayers in the name of Christ our Lord. Amen. In the name of the Father, of the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we now come to welcoming remark and official opening speech. It is our great honor to invite Dr. Agustinus Manfred Habur Lichtheol, Rector of Universitas Katolik Indonesia SANTU Paulus RUTENG, to deliver the welcoming address and officially open this conference. To the Honorable Dr. Agustinus, the screen is yours. Much, Doctor, for the inspiring and encouraging remarks. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are now entering our first keynote session. It is our great privilege to welcome Mr. Rasmin Austria PhD from University of the Cordilleras, Baguio City, Philippines. And we are honored to have you with us today. Hello, sir. Okay, we are, yes, thank you, sir. We are honored to have you with us today to share your valuable insights and expertise. And without further ado, I would like to hand over this session to the moderator, Mr. Justus Santos Halum, MPD. Mr. Justus, the screen is yours.
Distinguished keynote speakers, presenters, participants, ladies and gentlemen.
using their minds anymore without the aid of AI. But is that allowed for us educators and even other professionals in everything that we do? Yes, there's no problem. We can always use AI, but that's the reason why we are here in this conference, because as we use AI, what shall we do as humans? As we implement the utilization of AI, because this is something that will connect us to the world, what will happen to us as humans? So how do we humanize our people through the education on AI? So I would like to present the rationale of my presentation. AI transforms education. Check. This is really evident. In everything we do, we will already be stuck if we will not embrace AI. We will be left behind if we will still be more on the conventional way of doing what we've been doing. Remember that with the use of AI, it will enhance efficiency, because those that we were doing in 1 month in the past could already just be done in 1 minute. As long as you know how to make the appropriate prompts when you use artificial intelligence, then you'll have the results right away. However, the most important that we need to learn from this session is, even if AI transforms education, even if enhances efficiency, still AI raises ethical concerns. So from this point, we will have a little engagement. I would like to make this presentation interactive. In the chat box, why don't you put there, how do you currently use AI in teaching or in learning? So may I request the participants if you could put your responses through our chat box. If you are allowed to put those in the chat box, please go on. And we will read all those that you will be sharing with us. Payustus, are you allowed to put the responses in the chat box? Payustus? Yeah, okay. Anyway, I will be reading all those responses later, because this actually would really matter. In case that you are able to check also the comments of all the participants, then you could also try to process all these responses, because these are the ones that we actually need. So the way you currently use the AI, whether in your teaching or in your learning, if you are students, will not actually make you either a better person or even a lesser person. So from all these reflections, let's now try to proceed to the context of our discussion, which is AI transforms education globally and it enhances efficiency. However, it still raises ethical concerns. That's the reason why our core problem is if you will have an over-reliance on AI, that may actually lead to depersonalization, and it will also reduce the human agency. Remember that for the past thousands of years, we have survived even without the use of AI. It's only recently that we were actually introduced to AI. We are not hindered or stopped in using AI because this is what we need. However, if you will keep using AI every now and then, and you are no longer using your mind, okay, may I request that we have to remove notation in our presentation. Terima kasih. Okay? So if you will have an over-reliance on AI, there is a risk of losing the human-centered learning. What if in the near future, or if you will go somewhere else, there will be no internet connection, you could not connect to your chat GPT or other AI generation tools. So how will you respond to queries? How will you address all the concerns if you are so much reliant on the AI use? So that's our core problem. It's still so important because we need to center education on autonomy. Remember that with or without AI, as long as you will exist. But aside from the autonomy, you need also to focus on the identity. What identity would you like other people? How would you like to be known earlier? Technology is very important, but we should not forget the human existence. So this is very significant to all of us. So from this, why do we need to define a humanized education? Remember that from here, humanized education is, it will still be your behavior that will talk about who you are. It will still be your character that will define the real you. It's true that you are using AI, you are using technology, but do not let AI replace not just your face, not just your physical body, but even your culture, even your ethics, and even the way you deal with everything. Remember that if you know how to use the AI and you don't actually forget having still the feeling that is coming from your heart, if you still know how to live so that you can reach people and that you could still be reached by people, that will represent your ethics, your ethical values. Whether you are a Christian, a Muslim, or whatever you represent, whatever your belief is, as long as you have the character that will talk about your values, you still follow your culture. Let's say you are Indonesians. What are the Indonesian cultures? Me being a Filipino, what are my Filipino cultures? I will never forget those, even if I am already so much engaged with the use of AI and even your identity in teaching or in learning. Remember that the humanized education maybe is so simple, yet it gives impactful terms to the humankind. Okay? But because AI is really here and we could not leave AI, then what will be the role of AI in our learning environments. It actually supports the personalization and access, but needs still the ethical guidance. So always remember, AI is just there. Anytime you want to use it, you could just have it. Bring out your gadget, bring out whatever tool that you have with you, and then generate all the information may be presented by someone, or all this information are actually in the database, but it depends on how you have asked our best friend AI. So the information that you might get is biased. Or what if you are not using an AI tool? Instead, you have just used your search engine and you have taken an information from the social media and you did not even check the realness of this information, and you have already shared it. It became even viral. Then you are maybe creating already a chaos because the information is biased. As they always say, you need to think before you click. Aside from the bias, there will also be the privacy issues. Well, it's not only in the Philippines, I believe even in Indonesia, because this is already practiced in the global scenario that there are data privacy, that you are not easily allowed to get information and share information. You might be even sued if you are not doing it right. So you have to be very careful with privacy issues. What else? Academic integrity concerns. We are in the academe. We are in the field of education. Whether you are educator, a learner, okay, you are a professor, you are actually even just in the office, but if you are representing an academic institution, automatically you are part of the education world. Therefore, from there, you have to be very careful that you are not destroying the integrity of your institution, of someone's institution, of anybody, of somebody. As long as it is related to the academe, you need to double check first all the information, because it might mislead you. And of course, there will already be reduced interaction. For the teachers who are here, sometimes when we will compare our students now with our students in the past, they were always asking us, Bapa, Ibu, apa ini? Kenapa ada kayo di sini? Bagaimana? There were the whys, there were the hows, but now, sometimes our students don't even dare to communicate with us anymore because they have found their new best friend. We are no longer the giver of the information, but our students would ask immediately AI, because it will just be for a nap of a second and they will get the response. But again, the response might not be the response that we would like them to get from the real author, from the real owner of the information, or even with the course or subject that we are teaching them. But sometimes we could not also say that they could still ask us, because maybe when they were asking us, we were not responding. And then here comes the AI, because it's just in the corner. So when they ask and they are provided with the information right away, maybe that's the reason. So we could not blame them. So this is also a challenge for all our professors, decan, okay, then facultas. If you are a lecturer, then make sure that you are giving still the information needed by our students, and you are always there, willing and ready and capable of responding to their queries. So, when we will now try to re-enter or recenter human dignity, because that is actually the one that they had given me as my main topic in sharing information to you right now. How will we re-enter human dignity? This is actually recentering our learners as moral and cultural beings. We should always be ready to guide our learners. Even if AI exists, we should give them, or why don't we try to reframe AI use toward achieving this human dignity? Why don't we capitalize on the essence of their morality and their cultural beings? Remember that our students now tend to give us reasons why sometimes they don't interact with us. Sometimes they don't enter their classes. They don't submit requirements. What shall we, or what do we hear from them? They will tell us, I am depressed. I am actually suffering social well-being. My social well-being is suffering, something like that. So, how will we use our being lecturers, our being teachers to these students? How could we guide them in achieving this moral descendancy? How will they not forget their cultures and practices? How will they embrace their beliefs and traditions? That will still be through us, teachers, and even our institutions. So part of my sharing is actually focused on the ethical frameworks. So if there will be an AI that we would like to use in our respective institution, we have to make sure that everything is transparent. What are the do's and what are the don'ts in using AI? Not just in the whole institution, but even in your facultas, in your department, even inside your classroom. Do you have still the face-to-face classes? How will you allow them to use AI? Up to what extent? And where are they not allowed also to use? And when are they not supposed to use AI? Not only in the face-to-face classes, but even in the online distance learning. Maybe you have your face-to-face, or it will be offline, or even online. So you need to set the parameters. Everything shall be clear. It shall not only be the faculty, it shall not only be the teachers who would know everything. It shall be given to the students. Aside from the transparency, you need to make sure that there will be fairness. If you allow submission through the information that they have taken from AI, why not include that in your assessment? Why not provide your rubrics? How many points shall be given to an original work? How many points will be given to something that is taken from AI? How many points shall be taken also to purely AI, something like that? If this are reflected in your assessment, if everything will be treated fair, then there will be no problems that would come in. There shall also be accountability. Accountability in the sense that, of course, you are avoiding the ones that we have presented earlier, the biases, the the privacy issues, the academic integrity, okay, and so on. Who will be accountable for wrongdoings? Will it be the student, the teacher, the institution? If it will be the fault of the student, then who shall be paying for that? Will it be you as the lecturer? Or if it's you, it's our dear students, then will you be ready to face the consequence? There shall also be the inclusivity, so that you'll be able to cover everything that you would like to include. Why not create your guidelines in such a way that you already have placed everything there? And don't forget the human agency. What is this? It will be the who. Who will take charge? Who will be your coordinator? Who will take care of all concerns? Who shall treat everything that you will encounter? So, this shall be included in your ethical frameworks. Actually, as of now, there are so many ethical frameworks, but it will always depend on the institutional policies. What is good for University X may not be applicable to University Y. Whatever is working very well with University A may not be true also to University B. So the ethical frameworks will always come from the people and from the industries and from the institutions involved. So, for you to be guided, what are the key ethical principles that you have to include when you will be making your ethical frameworks? There will be 5, and these will also address the ones that we have already presented a while ago. You need to make sure that there will be a human oversight, that you are not leaving everything, you are not actually turning over all the works, all the accesses, and all the decisions to AI. There will always be the involvement of human. And then, if there is an international data privacy, and if you have your own data privacy in your country, and there is your data privacy in your own institution or university, then why not try to put all these together for you to be able to craft a data privacy that will be applicable in the utilization of your AI without forgetting your ethics. There could be equity as well, that you need to consider your stakeholders. You need to consider all those in your institutions, your students, your teachers, your industry partners, but you need also to consider even your community. Cultural sensitivity. What is your guideline that will not also in a way affect the culture of Indonesia as a whole, or even in your own specific place? But again, do not forget the vision, the mission, the core values of your own institution, so that you will not be able to sacrifice your academic integrity. So from all of this, since we are talking about culture, then how will you integrate culture in the creation of your framework, in the utilization of AI? Okay? Through your ethical practices. You have to revisit your local cultures as well as your indigenous knowledge, because if this play important roles in the conduct of anything that you will do in your institution, then this shall always be integrated in your practices. As what was mentioned earlier by Pa Eustace, We are conducting actually a research right now, which is granted by the Commission on Higher Education. This is actually worth 10 to 15 million pesos. Okay. Then what we are currently doing is we are trying to preserve the culture of our traditional sports and games. So we actually communicate with our national culture, indigenous peoples of the Philippines, because we are not allowed to gather data. We are not actually allowed to make our version of the traditional sports and games, okay, digitizing it and even using AI analytics without the consent, without the approval of the elders, without the approval of okay, those that are representing the indigenous peoples here in the Philippines. So I believe this is also true in Indonesia. That's why every time that you're going to use something, then make sure that you are always going back to your roots. What are your local cultures and what are the practices of the indigenous people? Do they give you the approval? Do they allow you? Is there a consent? If none, don't continue. But if there is, there will actually be parameters. There will just be the extent of what you can do and what you cannot do. There will also be validation before everything will actually be already used by the large. I know that in Indonesia, there will always be the role of your language. I was there for 2 years. I learned your language, but it's not just actually the basic. I was taught the formal language. I tried to learn also the language of the younger people because these are the ones that are used in the daily conversations. So always consider the linguistic considerations. I know that in Indonesia there are how many islands, okay, and then there are also different languages, but not just the languages of the Indonesian country, but also the languages of your neighboring countries and even the different nations, because you will exchange information with different places. Therefore, there is the multilingualism, okay, and at the same time, as you embrace the multilingualism, there shall be the inclusivity so that everyone will be given an opportunity to do, to say, to apply whatever they want through the use of AI without forgetting your ethics, without forgetting your culture, without forgetting your language. You keep promoting your multilingualism and inclusivity. Now, for our dear teachers, for us to be able to look into the proper utilization of AI and everything, be two important roles of our dear teachers. First is, you shall be the ethical gatekeepers. If you have already observed, if you have read that the requirements submitted to you by your students already violates your ethics, then get their attention. Talk to them right away. Give them feedback. Always practice the feedback mechanism so that they will be corrected the moment that they have violated it, the moment that they actually have done what is not accepted. Correct them right away. But you have to do it in a nice way. And remember, as teachers, we are always facilitators of critical thinking. Do not let AI replace your students. Do not let AI actually would be the sole giver of information. It shall be processed by your students. And at the same time, you need to function as their teachers so that you could guide your learners in thinking critically, so that wherever they go, with or without AI, they could face the realities. When they will be in the real world, they could still do everything with or without the guidance of AI because you have treated them well, you have guided them well. But not only for educators, we also have the role of institutions. So to the officials of the different universities who are present today, you have to take note that it will not just be the role of your students. It will not just be the role of your teachers. You need to set as a good example. You are representing your institution. So what shall you do? You have to make sure, okay, let's go back there. I'm so sorry. You have to make sure, okay, that you have to set the policies. You have to provide training to all your teachers. Do not just let them work on their own, and make sure that your governance is actually transparent to everyone. Be a good example to all your people. And in your policy directions, you need to set a clear AI guidelines. Let us go back to what I have stated earlier. What are they allowed to do? But what are they not allowed to do? Up to what extent could they consult AI? Up to what extent could they get information from AI? Who knows? Everything that they are submitting, if not only your students, even your teachers are already AI generated. It could be AI generated, even in making the examination, okay, even in everything. But there shall be guidelines that will be set. It will not be from them. It will be from you, our dear administrators of institutions. And you have to indicate also your accountability mechanisms. If this happens, what will be your action? If this happens, what will be your action? What are the deliverables? What are the corresponding actions? Something like that. And we now go to how shall we balance AI and humanity? Always take note, AI is our best friend. But AI should only augment, meaning it will only complement, it will only add, but it will never replace the human individual. So, the AI shall be actually a process that could be integrated but will never replace the engagement that we are having with our students. And from there, since I am also given a limited time to share an information, then I would like now to present to you. I hope that from everything that I have actually shared this morning, there are three major key takeaways that I would like to emphasize. First is the importance of human dignity. Even if AI is actually a great assistance to all of us, there shall always be an ethical AI use. And we shall never forget the interaction, the engagement that we need to have with our learners, because the learning environment may have shifted, but the teachers, the human teachers, as well as the human students will always be there. Therefore, whether the learning environment is face-to-face or off-class, online, synchronous or asynchronous, we should always remember that the presence of human will always be there. And well, this is one of the songs that I have learned, and I hope that everyone in here is still very happy because, as the song says, di sini senang, di sana senang, di mana-mana hati ko senang. We also have this as a Filipino song, and it goes like, dito ay masaya, doon ay masaya, kahit saan tayo ay masaya, meaning anywhere we are, whether we are in the classroom, we are in the online classroom, we shall always be very happy. And from there, I would like actually to emphasize that technology won't ever replace the teachers. AI won't ever replace teachers. But teachers who use technology will probably replace teachers who do not. Meaning, all teachers shall be challenged also to use not just the technology, because we're now talking about AI, then even as teachers shall embrace, we could not get away. What I am just trying to emphasize is the human dignity shall always be left. So from there, okay, this is the way we would like to show how we embrace AI with different faces, with different personalities, but at the end of the day, we are telling you, our dear teachers and everyone here, that in teaching, there will always be the passion in teaching. But looking at the word passion, it is pass I on. What does it mean? Whatever you have, pass it on to other people. Whatever knowledge you have, pass it on to other people. Whatever skill you possess, pass it on to the other people. If you have learned AI, pass what you have learned about AI to other people. But as you do this, always do it with and from the heart. What does it mean? As a teacher, I always say in a seminar, in webinar, in everything, in speaking engagement, I always end my presentation with this, because a real teacher is a teacher who does not only teach the knowledge. A real teacher is not only a teacher who shares the skills, but a true teacher is a teacher who teaches, that will transform the hearts, that will transform individuals, because a true teacher is a teacher who teaches from the heart. And that is the end of my presentation. Terima kasih banyak, teman-teman, for listening to my presentation. Ayos, Luis?
Thank you, Dr. Langer, for the wonderful presentation. Well, your discussion has provided us with meaningful perspective on ethical and human-centered use of AI in learning environments. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we will now proceed to the question and answer session. Participants who would like to ask questions may raise their hands or write the questions in the chat box along with their name and institution. So if you have any questions, do not hesitate to let us know. You may raise your hands or you may type the questions in the chat room. Okay, the first question from Albi Hartono. Hello, Albi, are you there?
Yes, sir, I am here.
All right. Your question, please.
All right. My question is maybe is very simple. Yeah, maybe I want to know the perspective from the doctor. And my question is, what is the most you worry about the future of AI and the impact of the humanity, especially for students and on the generation of Alpha? Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for that question, Albi. Actually, it's very simple. It's the misinformation that we are getting from AI. Is there a misinformation? Remember that the data that are being provided by AI are actually sourced out from those that they are also getting, they're generating from those that are already existing in the data. So meaning, if these are not being provided by the real owner, then the information might not be the correct information. So if this is not double checked, if this is not quality assured, then it might mislead people. Actually, that is really happening now, okay? Because the sources, as I've said, if these are not curated, if these are not quality assured, then this might be the information that we don't want to get, yet the one that is being provided to us.
Thank you, Dr. Astria. And
Thank you.
next question. Well, again, you may raise your hands or you may
Yeah, anyway,
type the question.
Payus tools, because
Yeah,
I have read in the chat box that they're requesting for my material. I'll be sending it to Ibutia, and then she will just be sharing it to everyone.
all right. Thank you, sir.
Masih ada pertanyaan dari teman-teman saya yang ada di sini?
Apakah masih ada pertanyaan? Jika ada pertanyaan, Anda bisa menggunakan icon angkat. Oh, there is a question from Tresia Alfianisum, Ibu Alfianisum. The question is, sir, in your opinion, can culture overcome the influence of rapidly and advancing technology?
Actually, I would like to answer it the other way. It's the advancing technology that could influence the culture. If we will not protect our culture, if we will not preserve our culture, then it could be replaced by the advancing technology. So, if your question is, can the culture influence? It may, but it cannot. It may because if the people surrounding, that's why I have just shared the human dignity matters. If we are here to protect our culture, then it could not be influenced by the technology. It will always be the culture. It should always be the culture that will influence. Because if we will show our culture, or if we will even allow the culture to be part of the AI so that it will be spread, it will be shared, then people will get to know our culture. But if we sometimes will be strict that we don't want our culture to be known by other people, then how would they know your culture? While they might create the technology, the AI, those that are actually at the back doors may try to create something that is not a true information about our culture. And this culture might be the ones that will be known by people who are interacting with technology. I hope that is a wake-up call to all of us. That's the reason why we need to protect our culture. We need to humanize the education. AI shall only be a tool, but we will never allow AI to replace everything that we do.
Thank you, sir. And the next question here from Pa Ricardus Jundu. The question is, I agree that we should be friends with AI, but we must be wise in using it, especially in education. My question is, what is your opinion about teachers in the future?
Our teachers in the future shall know how to balance. That's why one of my slides is how to balance AI and human dignity. Okay? We in the Philippines, particularly I am the Dean of the College of Teacher Education, what we are producing are the future teachers. So we have to make sure that we are still teaching them the basics. We are also teaching them also the advanced, but we have to emphasize the role of each so that when they will be facing the people in the future, then they know what to do.
And then here is another question, sir, from Free Sukur. AI provides many advantages in education, but at the same time, it creates ethical risk. And in your opinion, where should educators draw their line between helpful AI use and academic dishonesty?
Once that an institution is actually ready to create the guidelines, the policies, then everything will already be in order. So it shall be the role of the administrators with the assistance of everyone in the academe to make first the policies. Because even if you keep telling, you're not supposed to do this, you're not supposed to do that, if it is not written, if it is not declared, you could never stop anyone to use AI.
All right. There is also question from Graciana Sonda. Are you there?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me,
You may.
sir?
Okay.
Okay. Okay. Well, thank you so much for Dr. Ramit for your wonderful presentation, wonderful material that really relate in our daily life, especially we as a students. So, Mr. Ramit, as we know that you talk about AI, and as we know, on the one hand, AI can help, and also, on the other hand, AI also can reduce our way of critical thinking, so that we are too dependent on AI. So my simple question, Mister. So, in your opinion, is there a more efficient way to balance the use of AI and human critical thinking? Thank you.
Okay, terima kasih juga. Untuk itu, actually, let me go back to the policy. Once institution is already prepared with a policy, then it will balance everything. But for now, since you don't have yet the guidelines, you don't have yet the policies, then you could never stop anyone using AI. So I am challenging again the administrators, work fast, create your policies. Because if until now you are not yet ready with your policies, you will be left behind. There may already be so many outputs without you knowing that are all taken from AI. I hope that answers your question, kay Graciana.
Thank you, Mister.
All right. Thank you, sir. And I think it also answered question from Priscilla Jennifer Cynthia and also from Christiani Erlin Tinidia. So it's all about the policies. And then there is also question from Fidela Sister Yovita. Are you there?
Yes, sir. Good morning.
All right. You may ask question.
Thank you very much, Dr. Amir, for your wonderful presentation for today. I would like to ask question, but before that, let me say my gratitude. I was really struck with your presentation today, Doctor. But my question is very simple. Is all AI treated to human creativity? Is all AI treated to the human creativity? Okay, thank you.
Okay, Ibu. Actually, sister, in everything that we would like to use, if it is not something that is actually curated or something that is not quality assured, then we might actually think that this is something that will help us. If there will already be your boundaries, then when I say boundaries again, that will always go back to the policies. If there will already be the policies, actually the more that you will be more creative, okay, because you will only be sticking to those that are allowed for you to use. Because for now, okay, since everything is just in the corner, browse, get it. Oh, this is very helpful. It will help us more creative. You could be resourceful as well. But again, how about your product? Is this something that is really the one that's needed? If yes, then congratulations. But what if you are already violating something that you don't even know? In the next, you will be very more careful about how to use your AI tool. Actually, for now, there are so many AI tools. Okay, if you want to use, if you will only try to check my Facebook account, if you will stalk me, if you will follow me, okay, you could see there, I even ask AI to make a caricature of myself. I just place there all those activities that I am doing as an individual, and then AI created a caricature that will show I am a badminton coach, I am a dancer, I am a singer, I am a life coach, something like that. And all of this are just placed in one figure. Because that's my question. However, again, sister, okay, to make it clearer, your creativity will be even higher if there will be boundaries that will be set. I hope that answers your question, sister.
Thank you very much, Doctor.
Okay, and Dr. Ramir, here is also another question. From Pak Vincentius Sumardi, I agree AI certainly helps teacher, but it also creates overdependence. What are your thoughts on how teachers can avoid over-reliance and neglect critical thinking in that thinking?
Okay, as teachers, first, go to your course. What are actually the program outcomes? What are the program educational objectives? What are your course outlines? What are your intended learning outcomes? And then from this, check on your teaching learning activities and then check on your assessment. How will you put all these together? By basing it on the traditional. But how could you improve this? By going to AI and then try to compare. Or maybe, why not copy your whole syllabus and place it in the AI and request AI to quality assure, to check, or even to give suggestions on the improvement. It will just be on the improvement. Don't ask AI to change the whole thing. So if it will be on the improvement, at least you are not over reliant on that. You are not over dependence because what you are asking is something just to enhance but not to replace. Remember our dear friends, Timan, okay? AI shall be an assistant. Don't make yourself an assistant to AI. Make AI as your assistant. Don't rely much on AI. As much as possible, AI will only be helping you.
Thank you, sir. And then from Rosalia Harempas, how should future generations prepare themselves for a world increasingly dominated by artificial intelligence? So,
Okay. If you want AI as a future, okay, generation, remember that you could prepare by reading also. If not being provided by your institution, there are actually privacy rules. There are also governing bodies, not just from Indonesia, but even from the entire world, telling when, how, where, why shall you use AI. Okay? I hope that simple answer will address that simple question.
all right, thank you, sir. And I think here is another interesting question that I think relates to pendidikan karakter in Indonesia. The question is, in your opinion, if FI in the future truly becomes capable of replacing the role of teacher, how can the formation of students' character and moral values take place effectively, given that AI does not process feelings, empathy, or ethical awareness? In such a situation, can education still fulfill its function as a process of developing whole human beings, or will it instead shift into merely a mechanical transfer of knowledge, sir?
Let me go back to my last slide. What is that last slide? Passion. But the passion felt past change. But the latest really was through the heart. As a teacher, don't just teach through this. Don't just teach through this. You need to teach through your heart and make sure that it touches the hearts of your students because this could never be done by AI. And once you have taught from the heart, and once you have touched the hearts of your learners, they'll be transformed as individuals with having the true characters of a human, not being changed by AI.
Sir, here is also another question from Romo Ino. Thank you very much for your presentation, sir. According to Ernst Cassirer, human beings are symbolic creatures. A symbol can be a sign of someone's presence. Technology can become a symbol and a sign of someone's presence, even extending and replacing oneself. That is exactly what is happening about AI. But what about human psyche and spirituality, which show their uniqueness and personality?
Okay. As an educator, because I really graduated as an education major in math, major in physical education, major in computer education, and even until my doctorate, it's education. I am actually advocating that even if there is what we call conventional and there is already a non-conventional way of teaching and learning, we shall not totally allow that learning will happen purely through online. There shall always be face to face, so that the symbol that they will get is the symbol of character, the symbol coming from the teacher, not just the symbol that they are getting from the presence of technology. Let me go back again. Okay, as a teacher, it's still better that even if it only just once in a while, let's have a session with our students face to face so that they will hear from us what are the thoughts that they need to learn that they are not learning from the use of technology. It's still different. As a teacher, every time that I am with my students, I always tell them, what I am teaching you is not only the teaching, not only the lesson for today, it's a lesson for life.
Thank you, Doctor. Ladies and gentlemen, do you have other question?
I think there are no more questions, Justus. And then,
Okay.
as an educator, I would like also to say, thank you for your questions. Those questions really made even our presentation even better. Okay, because we tried explaining those that were still at the back of your minds. And in case that you have other concerns, well, I am always very open to be of service to you. I will put in the chat box my email address so
Thank you,
that
sir.
if you would like to communicate with me, if you would like to invite me as your speaker, okay, whether face to face, if you want to invite me so that I can go back to Indonesia, why not? Okay. So this is very open. Okay, RS Austria at uc-bcf.edu.ph. You could always look for my Facebook and follow me. I'm actually a vlogger myself. Okay, that is my Facebook. So you could check my Facebook, even if you are not that very active in Facebook, you could follow me because people enjoy watching those that are placed as my contents. My contents are actually, only for happy feel. Okay? It's not really something that will destroy your thinking. It will be something that will uplift your being an individual. So, terima kasih banyak semuanya. I hope you have learned from my presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Astria, for such thought-provoking presentation. And ladies and gentlemen, one of the key messages I take away from this session is that although artificial intelligence offers tremendous opportunities for innovation in education, we must ensure that technological advancement does not come at the expense of human dignity. Another important point highlighted today is the need for ethical frameworks to guide AI adapting in learning environments. Issues such as transparency, Accountability, fairness, privacy, and academic integrity must be carefully considered as AI becomes more integrated into teaching and learning practice. Perhaps, ladies and gentlemen, the most powerful message from this presentation is that the future of education should not be centered on technology alone, but on people. By placing human dignity at the heart of educational innovation, we can harness the benefits of AI while ensuring that learning remains meaningful, inclusive, and ethically grounded. Once again, Dr. Astria, thank you very much for sharing valuable insight with us. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as we have reached the end of our session, we would like to once again express our sincere gratitude to Dr. Ramir S. Austria for sharing his knowledge, expertise, and valuable insight with us today. On behalf of the Rector of Universitas Katolik Indonesia SANTU Paulus RUTENG, the organizing committee of ICELAC 6, and all the participants, I would like to express again sincere appreciation and gratitude. Thank you very much. And as a token of our appreciation, we are pleased to present this certificate of appreciation in recognition of your valuable contribution as a distinguished speaker at the 6th International Conference on Humanities, Education, Language, and Culture. The certificate is now being displayed on the screen. Pak Evan. Well, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving a virtual round of applause to Dr. Ramir S. Austria for his excellent presentation and meaningful contribution to this conference. Thank you again, Doctor. We truly appreciate your participation and support for ICELAC 6. Tuhan memberkati, and I would like to return my screen to Ibu Olga.
Well, thank you so much, Pak Sant, for hosting this session. And once again, we would like to say thank you to Dr. Ramir for the enlightening presentation. And as we wrap our discussion on AI, it is clear that AI literacy empowers us to shape technology rather than just consume it. Once again, thank you, Doctor. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we now continue with the second keynote session presented by Dr. Maximus Tamur MPD from Universitas Katolik Indonesia SANTU Paulus RUTENG, and will be hosted by Dr. Yosefina Rostiana Su MPD. And we sincerely invite Dr. Yosefina to lead this session, and the screen is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Miss Olga, our adorable Master of Ceremony for the 6th ICELAC 2026. Yeah. Okay, our honorable rector and vice rectors, the keynote and the invited speakers of the 6th International Conference on Humanities, Education, Language, and Culture, my honorable deans and department heads, the respected college, and all of our presenters and the participants joining on this conference. A very good morning to you all. I am Yosefin Rosdiana. You can just call me Faye, just Faye, only Faye, your moderator for this session. And I honestly couldn't be happier to be here. Before we get started, I have the pleasure of introducing a speaker who is a bit legend on our campus. He's one of the most hardworking and productive lecturers in our faculty, and personally, I've always found his dedication to research is so inspiring, and I'm really grateful to moderate this session for him today. Please give a warm virtual welcome to Dr. Maximus Tamur MPD. Dr. Max, are you there?
Yes,
Okay, good
Dr. Faye,
morning,
I am
Dr.
ready now.
Max. Okay. Who is Dr. Max? Yeah, to give you a quick background on Dr. Max, I'd like to inform you some information about him. He is an associate professor here at Universitas Katolik Indonesia SANTU Paulus RUTENG. He finished his PhD in mathematics education at Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia in 2021 with cum laude honors, and he was actually named the best graduate of his year. He's currently doing his postdoctoral research at Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia Bandung, and he is incredibly active in publishing with 44 Scopus Index papers to his name so far. That's amazing. He's also leads the research and innovation department for the Indonesian Doctoral Lecture Professional Organization. And today, Dr. Max is talking about something we're all thinking about. It is about humanizing mathematics learning in the age of AI. He's going to show us how we can use augmented reality to connect math with our local culture and to make it feel more human and exciting for the students in this digital era. Dr. Max, we are all ears. The virtual floors is yours.
Okay, Dr. Faye, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning, distinguished professor, respective scholars, researchers, educators, and participants from around the world. It is a great honor and privilege for me to be part of this international seminar and to share my research and perspectives with such an inspiring academic community. Today, I would like to discuss how mathematical learning can be humanized and in the era AI through the integration of culture and augmented reality. This presentation highlights the importance of preserving human values, cultural identity, and meaningful learning experiences while embracing technological innovation in global education. I hope this discussion will contribute to broader reflection on the future on mathematics education in our increasingly digital and interconnected world. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Ladies and gentlemen, the rapid growth of artificial intelligence has transformed educational practice worldwide. Learning is increasingly influenced by digital system, automation, and data-driven technologies. While this development create opportunity for innovation, they also risk reducing meaningful human interaction in learning. As a result, education must balance technological advancement with cultural and human values. We know mathematics is often perceived by students as abstract and disconnected from real life. This condition contribute to low engagement and limited emotional connection toward learning mathematics. In many classrooms, local culture and student identity are really integrated into the learning process. Furthermore, technology is frequently used only for visualization rather than for meaningful and contextual learning. The AI era requires an educational transformation that places humanity at the center of learning. Education should not only develop technological competence, but also foster cultural awareness and meaningful interaction. Therefore, learning approaches must become human-centered, culture-based, and technological enhanced. Such transformation can support more inclusive and globally connected learning ecosystems. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, this study proposes the integration of culture and augmented reality in mathematics learning. Cultural integration helps students connect mathematics concepts with their daily life and identities. Meanwhile, AR create immersive and interactive learning experiences that improve engagement and understanding. Together, this approach can humanize mathematics learning while bridging local wisdom and global education. To better understand this conceptual foundation of the study, the following literature review discussion two dimensions. Okay. The first, ethnomathematics. Ethnomathematics connect mathematics with student culture, experience, and identities. Culture-based mathematics learning improve contextual understanding and engagement. And cultural integration support inclusive, relevant, and sustainable global learning ecosystem. Jadi kita tahu bahwa etnomatematika ya di mana pembelajaran yang mengambil inspirasi dari konsep matematik itu lahir dari aktivitas-aktivitas budaya. Jika itu dilakukan, maka antara matematika yang abstrak dengan hal yang mereka temui atau bayangkan atau lakukan dalam kehidupan sehari-hari dapat ditingkatkan relevansinya. Itu adalah intisari dari etnomatematik. And the next, augmented reality in mathematics education. Augmented reality enables interactive and immersive mathematics learning experiences. AR support mathematics creativity, visualization, and conceptual understanding. AR enhances student engagement and motivation in mathematics education. These findings indicate that AR can strengthen meaningful and contextual learning when integrated with pedagogical and cultural design. Jadi dalam pembelajaran itu kita menginginkan bahwa model-model konteks-konteks dunia nyata seperti benda-benda budaya, ornamen-ornamen culture yang ada di tengah-tengah masyarakat atau ada di titik tertentu bisa dihadirkan di dalam kelas. Dan itu tidak mungkin dilakukan. Jadi teknologi AR bisa menghadirkan ini. Okay. This is the idea of augmented reality learning. Cultural object and real world artifacts that are difficult to present physically in this classroom can now be explored virtual and real time. This approach creates more interactive, immersive, and learning experience for students. Can you see this video? Jadi dari video tadi kita bisa lihat bahwa AR itu bukan saja untuk matematik, tapi untuk semua bidang. Bahkan untuk bidang-bidang, misalnya bidang-bidang teater, kita bisa dalam cerita kita misalnya, kita ingin menghadirkan gajah. Nah, di Flores kan tidak ada gajah begitu, jadi kita bisa hadirkan secara virtual. Nah, kali lalu bersama dengan eh, komunitas teater saja bisa mempraktekkan hal ini. Oke, Ethnomathematics helps student understanding mathematics through culture and local wisdom, making learning more meaningful and relevant to daily life. Jadi, etnomatematika itu bisa meningkatkan relevansi antara matematika yang abstrak tadi dengan kehidupan siswa. However, many cultural objects and traditional practice is difficult to bring directly into the classroom because they are remote or hard to access. Jadi misalnya kali lalu kami penelitiannya tentang bagaimana meneliti bagian-bagian model-model matematika, katakan yang ada pada bangunan di Werbo. Jadi bangunan itu kita bisa gambarkan secara virtual dan bisa munculkan secara real time pada saat eksplorasi menggunakan AR di kelas. Jadi, therefore, augmented reality or AR can present cultural element virtual in interactive and engaging ways. The combination of mathematics and AR can improve student understanding, engagement, critical thinking, and learning achievement. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, the study employed an experimental research design to investigate the impact of integrating culture and augmented reality in mathematics learning. The research was conducted at SMP Negeri 4 Langkirembong as a contextual representation of cultural-based education. Jadi belakangan ini ada surat dari dinas yang ada edaran bahwa sekolah-sekolah itu membatasi siswanya untuk tidak membawa HP ke kelas atau ke sekolah. Tapi SMP 4 ini ada kebijakan khusus di mana siswa tetap membawa HP dan beberapa kelas sudah dilengkapi dengan IFP. Sehingga salah satu sekolah yang menjadi tempat penelitian adalah di SMP 4 Langkirembong itu. The study focused on developing human-centered mathematics learning experiences. Through this approach, technology was positioned not merely as a tool, but a medium for meaningful and contextual learning. Jadi teknologi tidak hanya sebagai tool untuk sekedar menampilkan PPT, sekedar menampilkan video dan seterusnya, tetapi dia sebagai media untuk membuat pembelajaran menjadi lebih real time, lebih kontekstual, dan lebih meaningful. Okay. The study began with the development of culture-based augmented reality learning material for mathematics education. All instruments and learning media were validated by media expert, pedagogy expert, and mathematics content expert to ensure validity and feasibility. The experimental learning process emphasized interactive and contextual mathematical activity. Evaluation was conducted to examine learning outcomes, engagement, and classroom interaction during implementation. Three main instruments were utilized in this study, namely mathematics test, student worksheet, and classroom observation sheets. The mathematics test measures student conceptual understanding and learning achievement. Student worksheets were designed to integrate cultural context and achievement reality activities into mathematics learning. Meanwhile, observation sheets were used to capture student engagement and interaction during the learning process. The study implemented a human-centered mathematical learning framework that integrates cultural context and augmented reality technology. The learning process began with students exploring local culture objects through interactive AR visualization to connect mathematical concepts with real-life experiences. Students then engaged in collaborative activity involving geometric exploration, mathematical communication, and contextual problem solving. Through this framework, technology fast honed not only as a digital tool, but also as a medium for meaningful, interactive, and humanist learning. This learning process integrates problem-based learning into mathematics and augmented reality to create meaningful and human-centered mathematics learning experience. Jadi sebagai skenario pembelajaran dalam penelitian ini saya menggunakan PBL. Gitu. Student explored geometric concept through the cultural context of Manggarai or Nusantara traditional house using interactive AR visualization, collaborative investigation, and guided discussion activity. Through the use of AR makers and immersive three-dimensional models, students were able to identify, analyze, and classify geometric shapes while connecting mathematical concepts with local cultural knowledge. And this approach not only enhanced student conceptual understanding and problem-solving skill, but also increased engagement, critical thinking, communication, and contextual learning. Jadi ini adalah semacam tangkapan layar dari RPM atau lembar modul ajar yang bagian dari skenario pembelajaran menggunakan AR dengan pendekatan atau dengan prosedurnya menggunakan model PBL. Itu. Jadi aktivitas-aktivitasnya sudah terukur apa yang harus dilakukan oleh guru dan siswa. And this is a worksheet. This learning activity present this student worksheet and AR guidance used to support culture-based mathematics learning through interactive exploitation activity. This worksheet was designed to guide students of observing, identifying, and analyzing geometric concept from Manggarai or Nusantara traditional house using augmented reality technology. By scanning AR makers through the Assembler Edu platform, students could virtually explore three-dimensional culture object in real time, rotate model from different perspectives, and investigate geometric structures collaboratively. This learning activity demonstrates how the integration of mathematics and AR can create immersive, contextual, and meaningful mathematical learning experiences that strengthens student conceptual understanding, engagement, and critical thinking skill. Jadi Bapak Ibu, ini adalah lembar kerja atau LKPD yang digunakan oleh siswa dibagi pada setiap kelompok, di mana panduan tentang bagaimana menggunakan AR dari platform Assembler Edu telah dinyatakan secara detail. Lalu kemudian gambar ini adalah custom marker atau penanda, di mana nanti ketika siswa melakukan scanning terhadap kode barcode itu atau pada gambar itu yang telah diprogramkan menjadi sebuah penanda, maka nanti akan diikuti langkah-langkah berikutnya seperti yang ini, sehingga nanti muncul objek augmented reality yang merupakan benda-benda ornamen atau budaya tadi seperti bangunan rumah tradisional Manggarai ataupun rumah tradisional Nusantara yang dimasukkan, sehingga di situ siswa bisa menjawab dan mengisi berdasarkan mereka mengeksplorasi dan mereka berdiskusi untuk sama-sama mengerjakan apa yang ditanyakan dalam LKPD ini. Ladies and gentlemen, the findings indicate that mathematical learning, supported by cultural context and augmented reality, significantly improves student mathematical communication and problem-solving abilities. Students become more active in exploring ideas, explaining mathematical reasoning, and discussing solutions collaboratively. The integration of local culture also made learning more meaningful and emotional, connected to student daily experience. This result demonstrates that technology can humanize mathematical learning when it's integrated with culture and meaningful interaction. Sorry, Dr. Faye. Oke, dalam proses pembelajaran, ini adalah dokumen-dokumen proses pembelajaran, mereka melakukan eksplorasi terhadap model-model matematik yang terlihat dari model-model bangunan-bangunan budaya yang telah diprogramkan ke dalam augmented reality itu. Dan mereka di kelompok-kelompok mereka berdiskusi, mereka mengisi, mereka bekerja sama, lalu mereka presentasi, dan di depan juga mereka melakukan eksplorasi menggunakan IFP untuk kemudian dipresentasikan kepada teman-teman yang lain. Teman-teman lainnya bertanya dan ada proses di sini proses komunikasi, kolaborasi, dan juga pemecahan masalah. The integration of augmented reality and cultural context encourage students to communicate mathematical ideas more confidently and clearly. Through AR visualization, students could observe geometric representation interactive and explain their understanding using their own language. Cultural objects familiar to students also help them connect abstract concept with real-life experiences. Jadi model-model benda-benda budaya yang mereka kenal, yang akrab dengan pengetahuan mereka, itu membantu mereka untuk mengabstrak, ya, untuk mengabstrak atau bisa merepresentasikan konsep matematika yang abstrak, gitu. As a result, mathematical learning become more communicative, collaborative, and meaningful. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, these findings reveal significant improvement in student mathematical problem-solving ability after participating in culture-based AR learning activity. Students become more capable of identifying problems, analyzing mathematical structures, and exploring various solution strategy independently. The immersive nature of augmented reality also supported a reflective and critical thinking process during learning activities. This outcome indicate that human-centered digital learning can strengthen deeper mathematical understanding. and students show it improve ability in understanding and classifying plane geometric shapes through augmented reality models. Jadi mereka bisa terlihat, mereka bisa berdiskusi, mengerjakan dan mengisi melengkapi LKPD sampai pada mereka menyajikannya. Interactive visualization enable learners to observe shapes properties more concrete and dynamically compared to conventional learning media. Cultural artifacts integrate into AR activity further and create student conceptual understanding and contextual interpretation. Conceptually, student develop stronger connections between mathematics, culture, and real world experiences. Gitu. The use of augmented reality provided immersive experience that helps students explore three-dimensional geometric concepts more effectively. Students were able to manipulate virtual model, observe spatial structures, and investigate mathematical relationship interactively. Integrating local culture element into AR environment also increase student and engagement during learning activity. This finding highlight the potential of AR to create meaningful and human-centered mathematics learning experience. Humanizing mathematics education, this study demonstrates that integration culture and augmented reality can humanize mathematics learning in the era. These findings confirm that technology becomes more meaningful when it supports integration, culture, creativity, and contextual understanding. And the integration of AR and culture pedagogy not only improve mathematical competencies, but also strengthens student digital literacy and global learning readiness. Therefore, this innovation contribute to the development of sustainable, inclusive, and human-centered global learning ecosystem. This research aligns with the broader discourse of humanizing education in India. The integration of culture and augmented reality was designed to create meaningful, contextual, and interactive mathematics learning experiences. The study also highlights the importance of preserving local culture identity while developing digital competencies for global learning. Therefore, this innovation contribute not only to mathematics education, but also to the development of sustainable and human-centered global learning ecosystem. The study concludes that the integration of culture and augmented reality can effectively humanize mathematics learning. The findings demonstrate that culture-based AR learning improve mathematics communication, problem-solving skills, problem-solving skill, conceptual understanding, and student engagement. Furthermore, the integration of local culture context, student emotional connection, and meaningful participation in learning. Therefore, future mathematics educational should integration technology, culture, and human-centered pedagogy to build sustainable global learning ecosystem. Okay. Thank you very much to the organizing committee and all participants for this valuable opportunity and inspiring academic discussion. It is true an honor to share my ideas and research experiments in this international seminar. I hope this presentation contribute to the development of more human-centered, cultural, responsive, and innovative mathematics discussion, education, and the era AI. I look forward to future collaboration and continue academic engagement with all of you. And now, Mr. Fei, I return to the moderator, Dr. Fei. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you so much, Dr. Max. That was such a cool look at how technology can actually make learning feel more personal rather than less. And I love the idea of using AR to bring our culture in the classroom. From your presentation, we can see that using this AR into the classroom, it boosts not only the students' achievement in learning math, but also maintain their awareness about the local culture and also establish the positive learning behavior among the students. And yeah, for me, from your presentation, it's clear why you are our top researcher. Yeah, that was incredibly detailed. And let's get some questions from the floor, Dr. Max. And dear participants, now we have some time for a question and answer session. And to raise your questions, you can either raise your hand using the button, and I'll invite you to unmute, or you can just type your question in the chat box and I'll read it out for you. Okay? For the participants, the question and answer session is open. Okay. Let me check it on the text. Question, please. Dr. Tobias? Dr. Tobias, please.
Hello.
Yes, Dr.
Okay,
Tobias,
thank you.
please.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Max, for your great presentation. I want to ask you, one problem of learning mathematics is changing mindset. How to transform or, to save mathematic mindset of students that learning mathematics is complicated. But in this presentation, you show us how to use digital.
Hello, Dr. Tobias, Pak Tobi. Are you still there?
Materials.
Yeah, Pak Tobi.
For mathematics. Voice clear, Bu? Is my voice clear, Bu?
Your voice is not clear enough, sir.
It is not clear.
Oh, yeah, maybe the connection.
Yes, the connection, of course.
Yeah. Can I off the video, yeah?
Yeah, okay.
Okay, yeah. My question is how to change mathematic mindsets, which is difficult for students or complicated for students, particularly for Eastern Nusa Tenggara province. The score of mathematics is
Yes.
Or has been so far behind. Yeah, yeah. What is that, Pamex?
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Pak Tobi. Pak Max, it was the question from Pak Tobi. Can you just directly answer it, Pak? How can we change the students' mindset from the complication of math? Yeah, because kita tahu anak-anak kita sering berpikir bahwa matematika itu susah ya, Pak. How we can change their mindset? Math is not difficult, math is not complicated, but it is fun. Pak Max, please
Okay.
go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Faye. First, I answer. Saya jawab dulu pertanyaan dari Romo Ino
Romo Ino,
yang
okay, in the chat
ya
box.
yang sudah di itu ya di chat gitu. Jadi
Yeah, okay.
thank you very much, Romo Ino, for this full and important question.
Yes.
I fully agree that today many young people, especially students, perceive mathematics as something heavy and difficult, ya, difficult. Jadi kita tahu dan itu yang terjadi hasil penelitian sampai akhir-akhir ini dari Polstat yang secara khusus dia meneliti tentang bagaimana persepsi siswa terkait dengan matematika berkaitan dengan kehidupan atau konteks nyata di sekitar mereka. Dan mereka hasilnya secara konsisten mengatakan bahwa matematika itu tidak terkait dengan konteks atau kehidupan mereka sehari-hari. Nah, artinya sebagian besar siswa mengatakan bahwa atau mengamini bahwa matematika itu adalah sesuatu yang abstrak. Jadi ketika ditanya segitiga misalnya, segitiga, apakah segitiga itu ada? Kalau Bapak Ibu bilang segitiga itu ada, tolong tunjukkan atau berikan kepada saya mau pegang gitu. Jadi segitiga itu sendiri tidak pernah ada. Dan itu masalah. Jadi semua objek matematika ya itu adanya ada di pikiran kita. Itu masalahnya. Makanya dikatakan bahwa matematika itu abstrak. Itu abstrak. Etnomatematika ya itu adalah konsep pembelajaran yang menggunakan benda-benda atau budaya-budaya lokal sebagai konteks pembelajaran, ya, sebagai konteks pembelajaran. Harapannya bahwa para siswa bisa membayangkan atau hal-hal yang ada di sekitar mereka bisa bayangkan. Jadi konsep matematika yang abstrak tadi itu kita kaitkan dengan apa yang mereka ketahui. Nah, itu idenya, gitu. Nah, tapi kan tidak semuanya bahwa benda-benda budaya itu bisa dihadirkan di dalam kelas, gitu. Bisa dihadirkan dalam kelas. Jadi kita mau mengeksplorasi misalnya itu bentuk-bentuk geometris, bentuk-bentuk matematik yang ada di bangunan rumah adat Werbo misalnya, gitu. Ya kalau sesekali mungkin kita ke Werbo barangkali ya, tapi bayangkan kita dorong siswa SMP untuk ke sana hanya untuk tujuan itu kan selain buang waktu, buang tenaga, dan juga buang biaya. Jadi tidak selamanya seperti itu, meskipun di satu sisi ada juga anjuran untuk tetap mengunjungi cagar budaya atau benda-benda budaya agar nanti membentuk sikap mencintai budaya dari para siswa. Tapi untuk konteks pemahaman, kepentingan meningkatkan pemahaman pembelajaran matematika, maka eh, benda-benda budaya itu kita bisa programkan, bisa kita hadirkan secara real time ke dalam kelas melalui eksplorasi dengan menggunakan augmented reality. Jadi konsepnya seperti itu. Ya, bedanya kalau dengan video atau dengan gambar, kalau video ketika diambil maka nanti yang terlihat hanya seperti itu. Tidak bisa diperbesar, tidak bisa diperkecil, tidak bisa dirotasi begitu. Tapi kalau media AR itu bisa dirotasi sehingga kemampuan representasi dari siswa itu bisa terbentuk dengan sendirinya. Dan saya kira dari hasil penelitian kami, Bapak Ibu, kami konsisten ya, untuk saya pribadi untuk terus-terus fokus pada augmented reality ini dikaitkan dengan itu matematika dan sekarang ini dikaitkan dengan pedagogik pembelajaran kita yaitu deep learning. Jadi tiga kata kunci ini diramukan dibuat menjadi satu satu kerangka pembelajaran dan kali lalu kebetulan juga memenangi hibah dari kementerian karena menyatukan tiga hal ini. Saya sangat yakin Bapak Ibu hal-hal ini AR, virtual reality dan juga AI ini merupakan kata kunci yang saat ini menjadi arah pembelajaran, tren pembelajaran masa depan. Dr. Fay, saya kira pertanyaan dari Romo dan Atobi muaranya sama ya?
Muaranya sama, betul.
Okay.
So augmented reality, bringing this into the classroom means how we bring the concrete, how we bring math into the concrete or the reality, rather than present it as the abstract concept one. Jadi bagaimana membuat matematika itu lepas dari konsep abstraknya itu dan lebih bisa dipelajari secara konkret begitu ya Pak oleh siswa. And the next question is from Romo Indo, based on your observation, does the use of an AR guide encourage students to appreciate local culture? This is how the impact of the AR into the students' awareness about the local culture. Itu tadi kan ke matematikanya Pak Max. Kalau ke awareness mereka ke local culture-nya,
sudah tadi. Sudah. Poinnya sudah tadi, sudah dijelaskan satu kali.
Some young learners are really interested in mathematics. Do you mind to suggest me how to guide or engage those young children from age 2 to 7 years old to mathematics using AI? Thanks. That's a question from Ibu Oce, Pak Max.
Oke, dari TK. Nah, Bapak Ibu, augmented reality untuk sekarang itu menjadi trending. Mengapa? Karena ini dulu dipersepsikan sulit diprogramkan, sulit dibuat. Karena kita harus menguasai 12 program untuk bisa nanti menghasilkan konten augmented reality. Dan itu makan waktu sekitar 4 bulan. Tetapi saat ini, Bapak Ibu, saat ini ada platform yang namanya itu Assembler Edu. Kita bisa melihat platform itu, di situ tersedia ya media-media augmented reality itu dari anak usia SD bahkan TK ya sampai dengan SMA gitu. Jadi saya dalam penelitian ini tinggal mengelaborasi dan tinggal membuat kebaruan dari apa yang sudah ada ya, katakan menambahkan fitur-fitur lokalnya itu sehingga para siswa yang menggunakannya bisa secara langsung untuk mengelaborasi, mengeksplorasi, melakukan katakan pengukuran.
Integration of culture and augmented reality create a more humanized and meaningful mathematics learning experience for students compared to traditional teaching methods. That's the question, Pak Max. The difference between this method and the traditional one, especially in bringing more humanized and meaningful mathematical learning in the classroom.
Oke. Ini pertanyaan yang sangat bagus ya, yang lebih konkret. Jadi integrasi culture and augmented reality itu menciptakan pengalaman belajar matematika yang lebih manusiawi. Mengapa? Karena siswa tidak belajar matematika hanya sebagai kumpulan rumus dan angka abstrak, tidak. Gitu. Jadi kita semua berpengalaman ketika dulu di kelas matematika kita masuk, guru masuk, dan misalnya itu bicara tentang lingkaran. Hari ini kita belajar tentang lingkaran, ini definisi lingkaran, ini rumusnya, ini dan seterusnya. Gitu. Jadi sebaliknya matematika menjadi terhubung dengan kehidupan sehari-hari, identitas, lingkungan, dan juga pengalaman budaya, ketika memang seperti yang saya gambarkan tadi, itu sering diajarkan melalui katakan ceramah, hafalan, dan juga latihan berulang. Itu yang kita alami. Jadi setelah diberikan rumus, setelah diberikan teorema dan seterusnya itu lalu langsung latihan. Dan itu berulang terus-menerus. Gitu. Meskipun pendekatan ini dapat mengembangkan keterampilan prosedural, banyak siswa merasa terputus secara emosional dari pengalaman pembelajaran. Jadi ini memang seperti kita dipaksa menghafal dan seterusnya, dan ini efektif. Tapi kemampuan kita sebatas pada aspek prosedural. Akibatnya, Bapak Ibu, matematika sering dipandang sebagai sesuatu yang sulit, kaku dan kurang relevan dengan kehidupan nyata, gitu. Jadi melalui perpaduan pendekatan etnomatematika dan augmented reality, maka pembelajaran menjadi lebih kontekstual, menjadi interaktif dan bermakna. Nah, inilah konteks humanismenya menurut saya. Budaya memberikan konteks yang autentik bagi konsep-konsep matematik. Sebagai contoh misalnya ketika kita mempelajari geometri melalui rumah adat seperti yang kami lakukan, maka simetri melalui pola tenunan tradisional atau melalui simetri dari atap yang ada yang mereka amati, mereka melakukan pengukuran melalui artefak budaya atau penanaman spasial melalui arsitektur lokal dengan melakukan eksplorasi terhadap model-model yang kita masukkan atau programkan dalam augmented reality itu. Jadi pada saat yang sama, Bapak Ibu, AR mengubah elemen-elemen budaya tadi menjadi pengalaman digital yang imersif, artinya real time, seolah-olah itu nyata. Itu bedanya kalau misalnya video atau gambar atau foto. Kalau menggunakan AR, maka dia lebih imersif. Itu. Jadi siswa bisa memvisualisasikan, bisa memanipulasi. Jadi tadi ada gambar-gambar di mana mereka bisa meraba ya, memegang, merotasi dengan memanipulasi objek-objek yang muncul pada papan daripada IFP yang ditampilkan itu. Dan bisa mengeksplorasi ide-ide matematika secara langsung dalam lingkungan 3 dimensi yang interaktif. Nah, hal ini meningkatkan rasa ingin tahu mereka. Jadi waktu itu ketika selesai pembelajaran, ada rekaman video yang wawancara bahwa wah ini sangat bagus Pak, kalau boleh segera dibuatkan bukunya begitu. Nah, yang lebih penting juga bahwa pendekatan ini memanusiakan pembelajaran karena menghadirkan latar belakang budaya dan pengalaman pribadi siswa. Saya kira teman-teman ini konteksnya di sini. Nah, siswa merasa bahwa budaya lokal mereka dihargai di kelas, bukan dipisahkan dari pendidikan atau teknologi modern sebagaimana yang terjadi selama ini, gitu. Nah, hal ini menciptakan keterhubungan emosional, kebanggaan budaya, dan juga pemahaman konsep yang lebih mendalam. Jadi berdasarkan pengamatan kami bahwa siswa menjadi lebih termotivasi karena mereka melihat matematika tidak sebagai mata pelajaran sekolah seolah-olah begitu yang selama ini, yang prosedural, yang mekanistik, yang kita alami selama ini. Tetapi bisa sebagai sesuatu yang hidup dalam konteks komunitas dan kehidupan sehari-hari mereka. Oleh karena itu, integrasi budaya, culture and AR tadi tidak hanya meningkatkan inovasi teknologi dalam pendidikan, tapi juga bisa memperkuat nilai kemanusiaan, identitas, kreativitas, dan juga pengalaman belajar yang bermakna bagi siswa. Jadi, Dr. V dan teman-teman, saya kira.
Thank you very much, Dr. Max. It was a very detailed explanation from you. And now we give chance to Pater Calvin Giovanni. Good morning, Pater Calvin.
Morning, Manfred. Thank you for the
Okay.
like to talk about a bit
Sumber edu. Ya, atau mereka bisa memprogramkannya sendiri. Katakan tadi bisa dengan menghadirkan dan juga personal. Nah, dalam konteks matematika, ya ini sering juga kami lakukan. AI bisa membantu siswa mencoba berbagai strategi penyelesaian masalah, membuat simulasi atau menghubungkan konsep matematik dengan situasi nyata atau dengan budaya lokal. Dr. V dan teman-teman, makanya ini istilah saya itu tiada jalan kembali. Tiada jalan kembali. Ya, mari kita gunakan AI ini secara bijak, sehingga kami di Prodi Matematika, ya di kurikulum baru ini ada mata kuliah baru yang namanya itu adalah Coding AI. sehingga nanti ini menjadi skill masa depan yang digunakan oleh para siswa. Gitu. Jadi kekhawatiran tentang ketergantungan terhadap teknologi juga ini banyak di bidang-bidang kesehatan, kedokteran, misalnya itu teknik, ya. Jadi misalnya pesawat itu sebelum pilot itu bisa membawa dan seterusnya, dia bisa melakukan percobaan-percobaan dulu menggunakan augmented reality yang sudah terprogram. Dan akhirnya ini sangat patentable, sangat banyak digunakan dalam bidang pendidikan. Bukan saja dalam bidang pendidikan matematika, tapi juga dalam bidang bahasa, seperti Dr. V. Karena di augmented reality itu kita juga bisa mendesain game, quiz, dan lain sebagainya, di mana ini bisa terkait banyak sekali dengan kebahasaan. Karena itu saya anjurkan untuk nanti mulai membuka tentang, ya, karena kita harus tahu kita punya kepakaran, ya, kepakaran kita bukan sebagai programmer. Kita bisa belajar dari web Assembler Edu, sudah kerjasama dengan kementerian, dan di situ semua kelas ada dan semua mata pelajaran ada. Ya, Ibu V nanti bisa membuka itu. Nah, kalau misalnya suatu saat kita mau diskusi atau semacam ada pelatihan singkat tentang bagaimana membuat programnya yang semuanya berbasis pada Assembler Edu, itu kita bisa berikan. Saya sendiri sudah 2 kali mengikuti pelatihan ini, langsung di UPI dan juga di Undana, Bang, saat itu. Jadi saya kira begitu, Dr. V, saran saya untuk sekarang mulai membuka web Assembler Edu. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Max, and for everyone who are interested to apply or to bring AR into our classrooms. We actually already have the what we call as ready to use content, ready to use materials, yeah, for all subjects, not only for math but also for other learning subjects. Thank you so much for this very insightful information, Dr. Max. I'd like to check. Are there any other questions? Are there any other questions? No more questions? Okay, now please give a very warm applause for our adorable speaker for this section, Dr. Max. Ya, kita beri tepuk tangan dulu untuk Pak Max. This is very amazing. Okay, all right, everyone. Since you have no more question to ask, yeah, I think we're just about out of time also. And if you still have questions, yeah, to ask, I think you can directly reach out to Dr. Max via the email he said on his slides. Yeah, Pak Max, you can also share your materials into the chat box, because I watched that you also put your contact. Maybe our participants are interested to discuss more about this one. They can directly reach out to you, okay? And to wrap things out, I think we can all agree that Dr. Max's work shows us that even with all this new AI, the heart of teaching is still about human connection and cultural roots. Yeah. And distinguished participants, as we are mindful of the time, we must bring this session to a close. For any remaining questions, yeah, as I said before, yeah, please feel free to contact Dr. Max. Yeah. Before we officially end this session, I want to take a moment to express my personal gratitude to Dr. Max. It has been a sincere honor to moderate this session for you today. And your dedication to research continues to be a great source for inspirations for me and also for the entire faculty. On behalf of the committee of ICELAC 6, yeah, we would like to thank you for your invaluable contributions to this conference. Your insights into humanizing education in the era of AI have truly enriched our conference today. Furthermore, as you continue your academic journey, we also wish you the very best luck and great success with your postdoctoral program at UPI Bandung, Pak Max. We look forward to seeing the new breakthroughs your research, and this will ensure that your research will bring to the field of mathematics of education. Thank you to all of our attendees for your presence and also your active engagement today. Please stay connected because we still have some more outstanding speakers who will share us the insightful thoughts on the 6th International Conference in Humanities, Education, and Culture. See you, everyone. I give back the screen to
Thank you, Dr.
Miss
Faith.
Olga.
Thank you, Nivan.
Well, thank you, Dr. Fei, for hosting this session actively. And thank you also to Dr. Max for the enlightening presentation about augmented reality in context of mathematics in dealing with the development of technology recently. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we now proceed to invite our invited speaker. Please warmly welcome Dr. Tobias Gunas, SS MPD from Universitas Katolik Indonesia SANTU Paulus RUTENG. And this session will be hosted by Dr. Gabriel Freddy Daar MPD. And to Dr. Freddy, screen is yours.
Okay, good morning. Good morning, Pak Tobi.
Good morning, Pak Fred.
Okay, good morning, respected presenters, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this conference session. Now we are in the third session of the conference today. I am Dr. Gabriel Feidar. It is my great honor to be the moderator for today's presentation. And for this session, our speaker is Dr. Tobias Gunas, MPD. He is a senior lecturer at the English Education Study Program, Universitas Katolik Indonesia, SANTU Paulus RUTENG. He completed his doctoral degree in Linguistic at Udayana University in 2024 with a dissertation focusing on pragmatics, especially politeness in EFL teaching and learning context. Dr. Tobias has strong academic interest in grammar, semantics, syntax, sociolinguistic, and pragmatics. He has published numerous articles in Sinta and Scopus Index journals and has actively participated in many international conferences such as TIFLIN, MLI, ICELAC, and ICH. And today, Dr. Toby will present a paper entitled Preserving Local and Indigenous Languages in the Age of Artificial Intelligence. This topic is crucial because many local and indigenous languages are endangered by globalization and technological dominance. Artificial intelligence can either accelerate language loss or become a powerful tool for preservation, documentation, education, and revitalization of linguistic and cultural heritage for future generations. And to explore this topic, Dr. Toby will share valuable insight on the importance of preserving local and indigenous languages in the era of technological growth and artificial intelligence development. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our speaker for this session, Dr. Tobias Yunas, MPD. Okay, Dr. Toby, now the floor is yours.
Thank you, Pa Fred. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, my fellow presenters and researchers, and dear participants. It's my honor to present my ideas on this sixth international conference, ISELAC 6. On this session, I would like to address the topic about preserving local and indigenous languages in the age of artificial intelligence. Uh, Let me share my PPT materials. Is my materials clear? Fred? Hello, Fred?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, yeah. This is the title of my
Sorry, not yet,
presentation. Not
Hello,
yet.
Dr. Toby.
Hello, hello,
Not yet, Pak. Not yet.
Fred? Not yet.
Not yet.
Let me check it. I try to share it. Where is window? Eh? Tutup lagi ya?
Did you find technical problem, sir?
Yes, a bit problem here. Ini ya. Nah, semua. Coba ya. Share it. Ya kan? Oke. Hello, Pak Fred.
Yeah.
Is my materials? Is it clear, Pak Fred?
Not yet, sir. Not yet. Maybe it is in the progress.
Yeah. Belum.
coba di-share ke saya deh.
Ya.
Coba di-share ke saya opas. Bisa.
Bentar. Saya matikan dulu. Kenapa dua saya punya ini?
Tidak, satu yang di channel punya.
Oh ini. Coba, dan saya coba lagi.
Ke saya di situ.
Bentar.
Coba dikirim ke saya. Coba saya share dari saya punya laptop.
Oke, saya kirim ya.
Saya mau pasang meternya.
Ya.
Hello, Patubi. Is it solved now? Dear participants and audiences, we are sorry for this inconvenience. Please wait for the presenters.
Jangan saya ulang selewat 3.
Okay. Hello, Pak Fred.
Ya, oke Pak.
Okay, yeah. I do.
Halo Pak Tobi.
cognitive and social heritage, shaping culture, traditions, identity, worldview, or ecology, history, and knowledge system. However, the emergence of artificial intelligence creates three crucial conditions for local and indigenous languages. The first one, AI strengthens the wider use of major or dominant languages like English or Indonesian or other foreign languages, while at the same time marginalizing and endangering local and indigenous languages. That's a crucial conditions for local and indigenous languages. Next is the opportunities actually being powerful instrument for language preservation, for language preservations, in this case, digital document and revitalizings. Yeah. So this is beneficial for major languages like English or national languages, while this is uh, counterproductive or not beneficial for local and indigenous languages. Regardless of this, the emergence of AI is actually providing opportunities as a powerful instrument for language preservation, like digital documenting and revitalizing. That's my arguments uh, in introductions regarding the topics. Next, what is local and indigenous language? Yeah. Local languages are spoken by particular regional communities within a nations. These languages function as marker of regional identity and cultural heritage. Based on the data, yeah, from Ethnologue, there there are 6,809 local languages in the world. While there is another data reportings, yeah, reportings reportings.
Hello, Febrianti Charlina. Can you stop your screen? Stop sharing your screen. Hello, Febrianti Charlina. Admin, can you help? Yeah. Hello, Patobi. Can you share again your screen?
As they are spoken by indigenous peoples in maintaining their traditions.
Hello, Patobi.
Hello?
Patobi. Can you share again your screen?
Oh,
Actually, we cannot see your material.
oh, sorry, Pak Fred. Hilang. Tidak.
Yeah. Okay, Pak Tepi, your screen is shared now. Can you unmute your speaker, Pak?
Okay, Pak Fred?
Yeah, yeah, Pak.
Yeah, okay. Indigenous languages are also related to local languages because both maintain unique cultural traditions spoken by unique or indigenous peoples, okay, and to maintain traditional knowledge systems. In this case, indigenous languages includes local languages. I think in Flores, there are various local languages considered as indigenous languages because spoken by uh, indigenous peoples maintaining their culture, traditional knowledge systems. Okay, therefore, indigenous languages, when we say so, it is connected to oral traditions, ecological knowledge, rituals, and spiritual community identity, and traditional governance system. Next, let's move on to, language endangerment in the world and Indonesia. I use the data here, the data from UNESCO. Okay, according to UNESCO, there are 2,500 endangered languages at risk of extinction around the world. While in Indonesia, we can see the data in the tables. There are 527 endangered languages from 718 local languages. It means, or it indicates that there is a serious or crucial problems of local languages in the world and in Indonesian context. Next, we can see clearly the data in this chart. Okay, 37.4%. Okay, showing the case of endangerment of local languages in Indonesia. So we should think to cope with these situations. Yeah. Next, from the data, we can find brief descriptions. Language endangerment in Indonesia. Okay, we call endangerment because it is no longer the norm that children learn and use this language. Yeah, we can notice or we can observe children in family circles. They speak second language more than their mother tongue, like Mandarin or other local languages. That is why it creates the high level of endangerment. Yeah. So this is a very crucial levels. Yeah. And this classification is based on ethnologues research. Okay, from institutions, stable, endangerment, and extinct. Extinct is the more extreme one. But the 527 languages in Indonesia, okay, they categorized into endangerment levels. Next, what are the factors of current language endangerment? Yeah, there are some factors here. The first, of course, globalizations. Yeah, modernizations creates crucial situations for the use of local languages or indigenous languages. People or modern people tend to use uh, major language like Indonesian or foreign languages to get in touch or to communicate with others. Yeah. The second one, dominance of national and global languages. In Indonesian context, we have diglossic situations where Indonesian language is more dominant than other local languages. And the situations is becoming crucial when global languages like English or other foreign languages uh, are used more dominantly. Next is lack of intergenerational transmissions. For example, in family circles, when parents speak Indonesian more than their local languages, then of course there is no transmission process. In this case, children are poor of intergenerational transmissions of their first language or local languages. Next is limited educational support. Yeah, as compared to other local languages in west part of Indonesia, we see in East Indonesia, particularly East Nusa Tenggara or in Flores, not all schools teach local languages at schools. Yeah, most schools, yeah, orientate or focus on teaching national language, even uh, foreign languages like English. We know at elementary schools, children start learning foreign languages like English instead of Indonesians, while local languages are not supported in schools context. Yeah. Next, urban migrations. Yeah, migrations of people from different parts of Indonesia, or can be also foreign visitors. They bring their language to one local areas, and the most striking factor is digital marginalizations. Yes, 527 local languages are threatened because they do not have data digitalized. And this creates crucial situations for young generations to access, yeah, to access their local languages. Like Mangrain, I think we don't have digital source or materials, yeah, to be transmitted to young learners. We only have printed dictionaries, and of course we have to think about this in the future, yeah, to digitalize this. And the next is poor attitude or pride toward minority languages like local languages. Yeah, young learners tend to choose a major language or foreign language for their global branding, yeah, for their global framing on social media. So they might not use or speak their local language, yes, because they don't want to be labeled as traditional one. That is, it is a fact, yeah. It affects their attitude or pride toward their local language. So these are seven major causes why or contributing current language endangerment. Yeah, the emergence of technology extremely, yeah, creates negative situations for local language endangerment. Next, language preservations. We have to understand the concept of language preservation, that is a systematic efforts to maintain, protect, document, revitalize and transmit language from one generation to another. So the language continue to survive and function within society. Yeah. I take for examples in Mangrai, okay, Mangrai language has been or is translated into Bibles, and then there is what is it? There is Mangrai Mass, Mangrai Mass. Okay. However, in the Mass, we notice that not all followers understand the language. Understand the language. This is because of their knowledge of Mangrai is poor. Yeah. So they follow the Mass in Mangrai language, but they are difficult to catch the message. That's the real problems. Real problems. That is why, in this case, okay, the function of Mangrai language, should be uh, well applied. Should be well applied. So young learners can learn can learn uh, Mangrai language based on their function or based on their use. That's one case of Mangrai language. Or the other examples, the young learners or teenagers join functions within society. Next, language preservation is crucial for local minority and indigenous language that are threatened by language shifts or extensions. So it is worth preserving language, otherwise, or yes, language will be shifted or extinctions. Language preservation ensures the function of local and indigenous languages in daily communications. So here, language preservation is not just documentation or not just documenting the language in digital, for example, in digital source, but it must be functions in daily communications. Yes. For example, parents, in parents and children's interaction at home. Yeah.
Halo Pak Tobing.
This is our concern now in digital developments, in AI, artificial uh, intelligence. We have to concern much on using technology and media to support language use. Otherwise, this is just only printed documents. Yeah. Next is revitalizing endangered languages in daily communication. It must be used in daily communications. Yeah, it must be used in daily communication. Yeah. For example, in Mangarain context, yes, children greet their parents or their friends in Mangarain language, or greet their teachers at school in Mangarain language. That's a daily function of local languages. It is not only written in printed documents. Yeah. But our concern is on using technology and media to support languages. Why? Because our current situations requires the use of technology and media, yes, to maintain or to preserving local languages. Next is Roles of artificial intelligence in preserving and indigenous languages. The first one, by using AI, we can create digital documentation, which covers audio recordings, automatic transcription, speech recognition, digital dictionaries, corpus development. And the last two parts, digital dictionaries and corpus developments, are currently programmed in some universities, particularly in linguistic programs, yeah, to preserve local languages by using or by creating digital dictionaries and corpus developments. Yeah. Next, AI also can be created in machine translation like this, local languages or indigenous languages, okay, is translated into national or foreign languages. So there is a bilingual dictionaries. Like if we see on Google's, we can check Japanese language and English language. Yeah, so there's some instructions used in Japanese and then translated into other languages. That's an example of Japanese language. But of course, Mandarin, we haven't got it yet. Next. Yeah, speech recognitions, yeah? Language learning applications. We can also use AI to enable interactive language learnings through, for example, chatbots, pronunciation corrections, gamified learning, or virtual tutors. Yeah, so we can bring authentic materials through AI or AI assisted platforms into a learning context. But all the data in the platforms are local languages. So children or students can learn directly through the platforms or digital platforms. Next, speech recognition and text-to-speech. AI can preserve pronunciation and oral traditions. For example, speech-to-text system or text-to-speech technologies. So when children's record or students record text in local language, they can directly get written text using technologies like the applications in English. Yes, we see many applications we can use when we record people speaking in English, then they get the text directly, written text. Next, creation of digital corpora. Yes, this is for vocabulary database, recorded conversations, text collection, and parallel translations. Yeah, so we can do these fruitful projects through technology. In this case, AI assisted tools or platforms in trying to preserving local and indigenous languages. But the basis is we have to understand well how to create digital platform using artificial intelligence. And it must be feasible when applying to young generation children or students at schools. And then next, strategies for effective preservations. First one, community-based preservation. Even though the current situations or the current age shows the massive use of artificial intelligence designed in a variety of digital platforms, but the role of communities cannot be overlooked. Cannot be overlooked. That is why here we have to engage communities. We have to involve or engage communities more actively. As the speakers or the generations of the local languages. Here, community-based preservations involve indigenous elders, native speakers, local communities, cultural activists. And then in the same way, we can also integrate this strategy in educational context. Yeah. In this regard, school and universities should teach local languages, develop bilingual curriculum, use AI-assisted learning tools, encourage intergenerational language transmission. So here, we do not just glorify the use of artificial intelligence or digital platform, but we have to consider the nature of language preservation, which involve speakers, elders, or local communities in maintaining their local language. Next, data of digital support for local and indigenous languages. Based on the data from UNESCO and then Universitas Pajajaran Bandung 2023, launched a digital literature directory website called Dear Libada, providing access to 587 literary works in 7 local languages: Sasaknis, Balinese, Banjar, Batak, Javanese, Lampung, Maduranis, and Sundanese. Other local languages in Flores have not been included yet in this digital data. Yeah, these data are used for um, local traditions. Yeah, local traditions. So we can access uh, local tradition in form of text in this literature directory. Yeah, this is a crucial one promoted by UNESCO and in cooperation with Universitas Pajajaran Bandung. Maybe in the future, yes, we can propose this for local languages in Flores, like Manggarai language. Conclusions: in the age of artificial intelligence, many local and indigenous local languages are potentially endangered to be shifted and extinct. Why it happens, as I have already presented, the dominance of major languages, national language and foreign language. Yeah. AI-assisted platforms are worth leveraging for maintaining, documenting, and revitalizing local and indigenous languages. So it is worth using or applying AI-assisted platform for the purpose of maintaining, documenting, and revitalizing local and indigenous languages. We cannot overlook the use of digital technology based on artificial intelligence because that's the current situation we have to face. Yeah. So AI is not a fool, but AI is a platform that help us maintaining, documenting, and revitalizing local and indigenous languages. This is very important for transmissions of local languages to young generations in the future. Next, last, local community engagement should be the leading agents toward the preservation of local and indigenous languages. Local community are not the objects of research, but they must be subjects or agents in maintaining their local languages to digital preservations. Okay, Pak Fred, these my ideas about the topic. Thank you very much for this great moment, and I have to say sorry for the inconvenient situations due to technical problems. Thank you.
The important role of technology and artificial intelligence in preserving local and indigenous languages, particularly in Flores NTT. Okay, now we move to question and answer session. Okay, for this session, I invite the participants to raise up questions to the speaker. But before inviting participant, I would like to ask the participant who share the screen now, could you please stop sharing your screen? Edi Burga Murni. Or admin, maybe you can help. Yeah.
Mr. Sen, I have raised hand.
All right. There is one participant who would like to propose question. I invite Romo Dekan, to propose question. Okay, Romo, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Sen. A great presentation, Mr. Toby.
Yeah.
I would like make a comment about a little point of your presentation. I agree with you that we must maintain our language, our local language. But the other side, yeah, we have a problem that in our district, in Manggarai, in our church also, we have no standardized Manggarai. Standardized Manggarai. Yeah. You are on the right trajectory in my eyes on the case of Bible translation of the Bible to Manggarayan language. The problem we meet is certainly one problem, how to deliver the original message of the Bible to Manggarayan version. That is the point. The problem is the standardized Manggarai like bahasa Indonesia baku. Sociolinguistically, I read Manggarayan Bible version is various. Yeah, I see that the members of Father Masan's team various also. So we have various version Manggarai, yeah, in our Bible now, yeah, in Manggarai version. So I capture a little point from your presentation. Outside of Manggarai has taken her role to maintain local language by this way. But my point before, we have no standardized Manggarai. Maybe we push our Kadis, PPO, and the head of our district to initiate developing pusat bahasa daerah Manggarai like in other district in Indonesia. That is my points. Thank you.
Can I? Okay, thanks, Pak Fred. It's a great concern, Father. We have to admit that Manggarai language used in Bible didn't include linguists. That's one point. So when we talk about standardized Manggarai, what dialect? Otherwise, there is what is kind of dominant dialects, as we think that's middle Manggarai. Maybe not. Yeah, I'm difficult to follow Manggarai Bibles when joining mass because the meaning of vocabulary misinterpreted. Or
Yeah.
yes, for example, in West part, the same word has different meaning. Maybe taboo. Yes, for example, another word refers to sex or gender. We don't know. That is why, in my understanding, Father, Manggarai linguists should sit together working with church in this case, I don't think that language used in Bible is sacred language anymore. But this is a communicative language, I think. Yeah, I think it was in the past, I think. If I'm mistaken, sorry, Father, Yeah. The second is, I think in research, we have to do syntactical or syntax research when we talk about standardized. And then semantic studies, yeah, to make clear meaning of vocabulary used in Bible because it's related to Catholic dogma. Just wonder if it can mislead the followers uh, if the Bible is overlooked. Yeah, if it is seriously paid attention by linguists or what is it, priest, yeah, or other practitioners. That's the first one. Yeah, and the third one, maybe there should be a series of seminars on Mandarin language practices. So linguists or teachers can give ideas. It's not about actually accuracy or not, but it's also about cultural values in that. And there is a gap, I think, Father. When Bible is translated into Mandarin, how about cultural values? Whose culture there? Yeah. And so we are becoming strange in that situation. Yeah. And that's my answers to that critical questions. But what is the future things we can do practically is try to collect vocabulary corpus. Yeah, that's my practical ideas, Father. And sorry for maybe it's not clear for you. Yeah, that's Father. Yeah,
I get the points. Thank you, Mr. Toby.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Toby, for raising the comments from Romoino. Okay, now I invite other participants to raise up questions. You can ask directly, or you also can write your questions in the chat box. We actually still have a very long time, yeah, until later 12 o'clock. All right, there is one question here, Dr. Toby, from Kalista Indramaya. In your opinion, how can we strike a balance between preserving Manggarai cultural tradition and embracing the changing times, especially for young people whose lives are now influenced by modernization and technology? Yeah, Dr. Toby, you can directly address the question.
Thank you, Maya. Yeah, that's a great question for me. Yeah, the future generation is young, yeah, or young learners or teenagers. But how to balance it? Yeah, of course there is no such an ideal conditions because in Indonesia or in Manggarai there is what we call diglossic situations. Yeah, in one hand, for example, Maya should speak Indonesian at schools. Yeah, but in another context, for example, in family, you have to speak Manggarai.
Bukan untuk keluar.
Right? Because family circles. Sorry, hello. Yeah, family circle is the best place for you to practice your local language. The question for you or for us: how often do we speak Manggarai language in family circles? Do we speak Indonesian more than Manggarai? If so, that's the problem. Yeah. So we must be aware that family context or cultural uh, rituals, cultural practices, okay, those are venues for us to practice local languages like Mandarin or other local languages. That's my answers. The point is there is no an ideal situations because national languages coexist with local languages. You remember in Indonesian's language policy, yeah, national Indonesian is national language that should be spoken in yes formal context. Local language should be preserved, while foreign language should be learned. These three idioms should be your basis in maintaining your local language. Yeah, that's my answer. Yeah, yes, Pafret. Hello, Pafret. Hello. There's a question from Albi Hartono. Pafret.
Maybe I'll go directly question, sir.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
All right. Uh, my concern is about you said earlier that about the globalizations affects language, local language, and indigenous language. I would like to know, but first of all, I would like to say that we recognize that today's globalization is rapidly changing the way we and every sector of our life. Then, uh, in case of our to keep our local language. Can you hear me, sir?
Okay. Yeah, I hear. Go on. Go on.
Yeah. So, how the role of government so far, sir, in your perspective, and how do you see the role of our education today?
Okay. Yeah. It's a great questions from Albi Hartono. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, sir. You can directly address the question.
Sorry, Pafret. Sorry.
Yeah, sorry, we have trouble here. Yeah, okay, go
Yeah.
on.
Yeah. Okay. You asked about governance. Yeah, government support. Yeah. I think the first one in our local context, Manggrain governments should create such local rules or regulations, yeah, that governs local people to use Mangaran language at schools at least twice a week. For example, Friday and Saturday. I take example, Balinese, okay, is spoken at schools on Friday and Saturday. So through these regulations, yeah, young learners or teenagers in Bali, they keep speaking their local language at schools. So they learn gradually to improve their vocabularies in their local languages, and at the same time, they can grow their positive attitudes or pride toward their local language. That's the first one. Yeah. In Mangrai, there is no specific local regulations, yeah, for local language, for Mangrai language. That is why we can observe in schools, yes, there is no specific lessons for local language, only cultural materials. That's the problem, yeah, because there is no local regulations for using local languages like Mangrai at schools. Yeah, if there is such local regulation, I do uh, I do believe that yes, the process of uh, local language preservations can be done well at schools. Yeah, in the past, I remember uh, some lecturers tried to write a book on the local content of Mangarain language, but it didn't work successfully because there was no, or until now, there has been no any local regulations for that uh, set by the local government. That's a real problem. Yeah. So it's very important. Local policy, very important. Yeah. To support local language preservations. Not only Manggaran language, maybe other local languages in East Nusa Tenggara. Yeah. I don't know why governments is not seriously concerned with this. Or I assume that governments, yes, do not contribute positively to the maintenance of local languages. That's my my perspective about your questions, Albi. That's a good question. Yeah, yeah. We in the future, of course, we hope that our local governments, yes, is attempting to set local regulations for local language like Mangarain used at schools, at least twice a week. Yeah, that's my answer. That's Pak.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Tobe, for raising the question. Okay, we have one participant who would like to ask question here. Dr. Josefina. Yeah, time is yours to ask
Okay.
question. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Do you hear my voice, Pak?
Yeah.
It's clear, Boche. Clear. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Your
Well,
voice is
thank you,
clear.
Pak
Yeah.
Toby. Okay. Thank you, Pak Toby, for the presentation, Pak. Well,
Yeah.
actually, I have no question here, sir, but I
Yeah.
just want to share my ideas here. Well,
Yeah.
I personally support you with your idea of maintaining our local language Manggarai. But I think one significant point to make it come true is that the collaboration comes from family, school, government, and society. Take for example is that from family. Mostly our family right now is prefers to teach their children in their family using other kind of language, especially Indonesia. There is no having a space to use Manggarai language. Even some family force the students to learn or to study English, not to study Manggarai. That's the main point, the main case from the family. And the second one is that from the school. I think that it is better if the school provide enough space for our local language, Manggarai language, to be taught in the school, such as when they provide special subjects for English or Bahasa Indonesia. I think that they have to consider the same thing for our local language, Manggarai language. And also the government, I think the language policy to use Manggarai language in, for example, in public spaces, yeah. If we take a look for the language used in our public signs and so on, mostly of them use Indonesia. So I think that one way to keep the existence of our local language, Manggarai language, is through the policy, language policy, designed by the government. Maybe they can make a policy such as use Manggarai language in public spaces, for example, in public science. I think that's part. Thank you.
Okay, thank you,
Okay.
Dr. Josefina. Okay, Pak
Yeah.
Tobe, you can directly address Dr. Josefina's point of view.
Okay. I think in line with Dr. Oche's ideas, of course, there's a great point that we think yeah, regarding the maintenance of or preservations of local languages like Mangarines. But the critical questions, as I answered the question from our students, I'll be okay. Uh, when will our local governments uh, design a local policy in terms of local regulations? As we compare with Balinese, they are serious in maintaining their local language because that's one local promotions, local wisdoms. Yes, there will be extreme condition where our local governments do not seriously prepare or design local regulations. I think in the futures, yes, as a language is a key, there will be no local wisdom without maintaining Mandarin language. Yeah, that's the point. We have to propose this to local governments. Yeah, involving involving us as academicians. Yeah, we propose ideas and then please make it in local regulations. Yeah, that's my point. I do agree with you, Boche. Yeah, we hope in the future. Yeah, thank you, Boche and Pafret.
Yeah, okay, thank you, Dr. Toby. Since this topic is interesting, there are some questions in the chat box here. But because we have very limited time, maybe I will get one or two questions in the chat box, Pak Toby, to address. Yeah. The first one from Pak Vincent Sumardi. Most kids today prefer slang and other language because they are afraid of being seen as outdated. My question is, do you have any tips for getting your kids used to the local Manggarai dialect at home?
Okay, thanks. The question from Vincent. Yeah, yeah. We talk about slang. Yes, this is a very natural local language dialect. As English, they have various slangs. Yeah. Now we put in our context. Yeah, I think we can apply it in our family context. Yeah. For example, when we speak to our Mangarines, yeah, we have to use familiar slang that they can understand. Otherwise, they are difficult to understand because most of their time they devote to speaking Indonesians, not Mangarain. Yeah, that's the first one. So family circle is crucial for growing their awareness of using Mangarain language like as slang as what Pak but it's not easy. I admit that. The second one is there must be initiatives for content creators to design local Mangarain slang which are familiar to be used. But be careful because slang very close to taboo content if we are not careful. Or maybe it is not appropriate in other parts of Mangarain. Yeah. So we can create it in family context or through content creators, yes, on social media. They can design practical materials on Mangarain slang. But I just wake everybody here up to be aware of the content of slang. Yeah, that's my point, Pafret.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Toby. Uh, there is still one more question here.
Father Rino?
Yeah, from Father Ino. Yeah.
Father?
Maybe you can directly, if you have read the questions in the chat box, you can directly address the question.
Father Ino
Yeah, because
might have questions, Father.
Ino S or Ino D?
S.
There are
Sorry.
two Inas here.
Father my respected Father
Inoes.
Yeah.
And Father Calvin.
Yeah.
From Father Ino, I will read the question here. I am one of the people who translate the Indonesian Mass text into Manggarai language, which is used for Sunday Mass. I have received a lot of feedback. However, I noticed that apart from the issue of different dialects, the main problem is that the reality represented by those words is no longer lived out. In other words, Manggarai is no longer the language used in daily life. Yeah, because of that, many words have been replaced by Indonesian. For example, the Indonesian word for thank you, terima kasih, has replaced the Manggarai terms validia, the lack, etc. I would like your comments on this matter. Yeah.
Is there a question from Father Ino, Alfred?
Actually, Father Ino would like to ask your comments dealing with some words in Manggarai language that have been replaced by Indonesian language. For example, the word validia nowadays are not commonly used by Manggarai people. They prefer to use the word terima kasih, or other Manggarai languages.
Okay.
Actually, Father Ino would like to ask your comments. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Father, for this question. Yes. This is caused by a language contact. Yeah, between Manggarai and Indonesians. Yeah, but Indonesians dominates the domain of Manggarai language use. That's what I call in my understanding. This is a diglossic leakage. Yeah, that is why some Manggarai words have been replaced by Indonesian. But how to cover this? Yeah, I think first one we can translate using familiar Manggarai words. Yeah, that will be understood by young generations. Yeah, that's the first one. But we have to collect the words, both familiar words that can be used. Yeah, for Manggarai. For example, the word validia. Uh, there is a interpretation of this word. Is it translated into terima kasih or in Indonesian? Or in one context, maybe validia may have different meanings. That's the problem. Yeah, I don't know. Do Manggarai have the word thanks, or it is borrowed from other language in case of translations? Ya, apakah bahasa Manggarai itu dia punya kata khusus terima kasih, atau seperti kasus bahasa lain dia menerjemahkan dari bahasa lain lagi? Ya, jadi tidak punya ucapan terima kasih dalam bentuk kata, tapi melalui tindakan, bukan dalam bentuk kata. Mungkin itu juga jadi problem. Atau membiasakan, ya, we can also create habits, ya, in family, ya, to use that expressions, ya, validia for examples, ya, and so on. Yeah, that's my perspective. I agree that there is such kind of yeah, lost vocabularies in Manggarai language because it has been for a long time replaced by Indonesian language. But how to recover it? Yeah, we have to use a familiar Manggarai language that can be easily understood by teenagers. That's a case of a habit, I think. Ya, kebiasaan saja untuk menggunakan ungkapan-ungkapan seperti itu. That's my answers or my comments, Father. Yeah, it's just a really a social-linguistic problem. Itu murni masalah social-linguistic. Ya, masalah social-linguistic. How people use it in their daily communications. Yeah. That's Pak Fred.
The last question from
Yeah, thank you.
Father Calvin. Yeah. Now we are facing the age where our young generations are included in a system of work field that apply more to standardized language like English or Indonesian. Do you think there will be still space for local language to be more relevant in work field? How do local languages can benefit more in our modern demands?
Yeah. Uh, s- Let me answer directly. There's questions. Yeah. Honestly, that's a critical questions. Yeah, because we live in paradox situations. In one hand, we have to uh, learn global languages like English for jobs. Yeah. For example, Father Kelvin should be able to speak English for missions. Is that right, Father? Yeah. Not Father Kelvin's local language. Yeah. But I think the first one, local communities, yes, yeah, should think about their local heritage, not about jobs. A job is very practical in this case, yeah, for young learners. But for future local heritage, that's the concern of local language. Yeah, as Father see that most applications now, yeah, use English language. Yeah. In that context, what space we need? What space we need to maintain local language? That is why, um, as UNESCO suggested, yes, local people should use or apply digital applications like Japanese. They have their own Googles, so when they uh, search by Japanese words, there will be response Japanese language, and so they get used to using that. But in Flores, I think, yes, most local languages we do not have digital source as such. Yeah. The point is it relevant? I think it's relevant because local language is our identity, not English. I know English, but that's not my identity. That's one awareness that we have to grow to young learners or teenagers. All Florists, they know good English, but is it their identity? That's a practical, reflective questions from me. That's my idea, Father Kelvin. Yeah.
Thank
Thank
you
you,
for
Father.
raising the question from Father Calvin. Okay, now we come
Here
to the end
after
of
in the
this
story of
session.
statistics, the scholars say a systemic functional
Yeah.
linguistic.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Tobias, for insightful and inspiring presentation. Your explanation has enriched our understanding of the importance of technology and artificial intelligence in preserving local and indigenous languages. Yeah. Dr. Tobias explained the importance of protecting local and indigenous languages in today's fast-growing world of technology and artificial intelligence. He emphasized that local languages are valuable cultural treasures that should be maintained and passed on to future generations despite modern technological change. We hope this session provides meaningful insight for all participants. Thank you very much for your participation and have a nice day.
Thank you very much, Dr. Freddy, and dear participants, and my fellow presenters, experts, and researchers. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Dr. Freddy, for hosting this session actively and passionately. And thank you also, Dr. Tobias, for the fruitful presentation. And your material, of course, has engaged many questions from the participants. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have now reached to the break session. And this conference will resume at 12:30 p.m. with parallel session or parallel paper presentation in breakout room 1, breakout room 2, and breakout room 3. Hadirin sekalian, kita masuk ke sesi break for lunch dan kita akan kembali lagi di conference ini pada pukul 12.30 di sesi parallel paper presentation, itu di breakout room 1, breakout room 2, dan breakout room 3. Dan kita akan kembali lagi di pukul 12.30. Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the conference. We will now begin the parallel paper presentation sessions, and participants are kindly requested to proceed to their respective presentation rooms according to the conference schedule. We wish all presenters fruitful discussions and successful presentations, and after all the parallel session, you may directly leave the room. The link for the attendance list and certificate will be given tomorrow after the closing ceremony. On behalf of the organizing committee, we would like to express our sincere appreciation for your participation, enthusiasm, and valuable contributions throughout today's session. We look forward to welcoming you again tomorrow for the continuations of our conference. Have a pleasant day, stay safe, and thank you very much. Well, ladies and gentlemen, hadirin sekalian, kini kita masuk ke paper presentation session. Dengan hormat kami mengundang teman-teman presenters untuk bisa masuk ke breakout room masing-masing di breakout room 1, 2, dan 3. Dan for all the participants, you are invited to join these breakout rooms. Untuk semua participants, kita mengundang untuk bisa masuk ke setiap breakout rooms 1, 2, dan 3. Dan dari tempat ini, saya Maria Olga Jelimun, pamit undur diri dan sampai jumpa besok. See you tomorrow.
Particularly within the context of Manggarai Regency, Indonesia. Please allow me to present the finding of our research entitled Redefining Early Childhood Education Quality, a Stakeholder Perception Approach in Manggarai Regency, Indonesia. By the way, Miss Eka, with your permission, I would like to presentasi in Indonesia. Yeah, I'm sorry because my English it's very limited. And really appreciate your understanding. Okay.
Okay, Ibu, you may share screen your PPT, Ibu.
Okay. Can you see my screen?
It's clear, Ibu. We can see it. Bisa dilihat, Ibu. You may continue.
Okay. Okay, Miss Eka and rekan-rekan dosen sekalian, selamat siang di sini. Kebetulan semuanya juga rekan-rekan dari Prodi. Jadi selamat siang untuk kita semua. Pertama-tama ini di sini saya ingin menjelaskan terlebih dahulu latar belakang dari presentasi saya hari ini. Bahwa presentasi hari ini merupakan hasil penelitian yang telah dilakukan oleh teman-teman peneliti itu di tahun 2024. Ya. Jadi ini merupakan artikel dari penelitian hibah LPPM di tahun 2024 yang lalu. Okay, let's begin my examining the paradox between national administrative demands and the reality of challenges faced by school in rural area. Mohon maaf. Okay. Manggarai Regency in East Nusa Tenggara, Indonesia present a unique context, rich culture heritage combined with geographic isolation and economic constraints. Applying uniform national early childhood education standards here pose significant challenges. Understanding local stakeholder perception is essential for developing quality framework that truly serve this community. Penelitian ini memang dilatar belakangi oleh fakta yang kami temukan bahwa tuntutan kualitas dari sebuah satuan pendidikan, dalam konteks ini pendidikan anak usia dini, yang terkesan seperti memaksa ikan untuk memanjat pohon, ya kurang lebih seperti itu, karena dengan perbedaan latar belakang baik budaya, geografi, kondisi ekonomi dan lain sebagainya, itu terkesan memaksakan semua satuan PAUD itu harus memenuhi standar akreditasi nasional, sementara fakta di lapangan itu ditemukan banyak sekali upaya ya yang dilakukan oleh para pendidik untuk bisa tetap memberikan layanan pendidikan yang berkualitas di tengah keterbatasan yang ada, tetapi pada akhirnya memang upaya-upaya tersebut itu seperti dipandang sebelah mata karena memang dianggap tidak memenuhi standar nasional, standar akreditasi sesuai dengan yang ditetapkan oleh BAN PDM. Jadi seringkali kualitas itu ditentukan oleh kelengkapan dari administrasi, kelengkapan dari fasilitas pendidikan yang terlihat secara kasat mata itu memang memenuhi standar yang ditetapkan, sedangkan faktanya kualitas itu tidak hanya ditentukan oleh apa yang terlihat secara fisik, tetapi juga yang paling utama adalah bagaimana satuan pendidikan, dalam konteks ini pendidik itu bisa memberikan layanan pendidikan yang sesuai dengan kebutuhan, sesuai dengan karakteristik anak usia dini. Karena itu pemahaman mutu atau kualitas ya yang dimiliki oleh setiap stakeholder ya ini sangat penting sebenarnya diakomodir supaya bisa menyesuaikan standar kualitas mutu itu bisa disesuaikan dengan kondisi real di lapangan. Oke, jadi kurang lebih inilah latar belakang penelitian ini dilakukan. Dan untuk desain penelitiannya sendiri, penelitian ini menggunakan penelitian studi kasus, ya, eksplorasi studi kasus. Lalu kemudian penelitian ini melibatkan kurang lebih 26 responden. 2 diantaranya adalah asesor aktif di BAN PDM, khususnya untuk di PAUD, sedangkan 24 lainnya itu adalah pengelola dari PAUD yang ada di Kabupaten Manggarai dengan spesifikasi khusus. Mereka adalah pengelola yang mengelola lembaga PAUD, setidaknya yang lembaganya itu sudah berdiri lebih dari 5 tahun. Oke, lalu kemudian penelitian ini juga teori utama yang digunakan untuk mendukung penelitian ini adalah teori dari Freeman, yakni teori stakeholder, ya, dan juga teori dari Foucault, ya, tentang power knowledge relation. Bagaimana relasi, ya, itu memiliki kekuatan untuk bisa mendukung relasi kekuasaan itu bisa mempengaruhi juga kebijakan ataupun keputusan yang diambil oleh pemangku kepentingan. Sedangkan untuk analisis datanya sendiri, ini analisis data menggunakan wacana kritis dari Firecloud dan juga analisis tematik yang mendalam. Oke, beberapa hasil penelitian yang ditemukan ini dibagi menjadi 3 temuan utama. Yang pertama ini adanya kebutuhan untuk mengubah pola untuk pengembangan kurikulum. Dalam hal ini kurikulum diharapkan bisa dikembangkan agar lebih kontekstual, lebih sesuai dengan kondisi real di lapangan. Ya, karena memang fakta ditemukan banyak sekali lembaga PAUD yang kurikulumnya itu tidak hanya tidak hanya lagi, tetapi memang banyak sekali kurikulum yang sekedar di copy paste, formatnya diambil dari panduan umum, ya, panduan yang sudah ditetapkan oleh pemerintah, lalu kemudian itu tinggal di copy paste dan tidak disesuaikan kembali dengan karakteristik lokal. Jadi akibat dari adanya tuntutan tadi itu, tuntutan kelengkapan administrasi yang tidak mempertimbangkan kondisi real lapangan, mengakibatkan banyak guru, banyak sekolah yang sekedar memenuhi tuntutan, jadi tinggal copy paste dari internet atau dari berbagai sumber yang mereka temukan, lalu kemudian kurikulum-kurikulum tersebut tidak disesuaikan kembali dengan konteks di mana lembaga tersebut berada. Ya, jadi for example di sini anak-anak itu belajar matematika, misalnya belajar berhitung permulaan, itu yang dilakukan oleh guru-guru selama ini adalah mereka menggunakan apa yang tersedia di buku paket, di buku-buku yang dicetak oleh penerbit, yang kemudian diedarkan ke sekolah-sekolah, meskipun kemudian kontennya itu tidak kontekstual dengan kehidupan anak sehari-hari. Seperti contohnya di LKS-nya itu mereka menghitung banyaknya gambar kereta api. Kalau temanya tentang binatang, di LKS-nya itu mereka menghitung banyaknya gambar harimau, gambar gajah, gambar jerapah, yang padahal dalam kehidupan sehari-hari itu sangat tidak kontekstual dengan kehidupan anak. Nah, sedangkan di sekitar kita itu sebenarnya masih banyak bahan-bahan alam yang bisa digunakan untuk mendukung kegiatan matematika awal ini. Misalnya menghitung biji kopi, menghitung batu-batuan, ataupun aneka bahan alam lainnya yang ada di sekitar anak. Lalu kemudian di sini juga untuk bisa mendukung bagaimana kedepannya kualitas pendidikan anak usia dini itu disesuaikan, maka diperlukan semacam pergeseran paradigma dari standar yang terlalu baku, ya, dari ketentuan yang terlalu baku yang harus mengikuti standar nasional secara umum, padahal latar belakang konteks yang berbeda, itu kemudian menuju ke kurikulum yang lebih fleksibel, yang berakar pada makrosistem lokal, ya, demi membangun fondasi belajar yang lebih bermakna bagi anak-anak. Oke. Lalu temuan yang kedua di sini ada dua hal yang paling utama di sini terkait dengan bagaimana guru PAUD itu khususnya itu bisa dilihat memiliki kompetensi atau kemampuan untuk melampaui. Sebenarnya mereka memiliki kemampuan untuk melampaui sekedar memenuhi administrasi belaka. Gitu. Jadi ada dua hal di sini yang dilihat, ini terkait dengan kreativitas dan juga dedikasi. Ya, jadi sebenarnya kalau dilihat guru-guru di lokasi-lokasi yang tidak tersentuh infrastruktur yang merata, yang terjangkau, seperti yang dari tadi kita dengar dari beberapa narasumber terkait dengan bagaimana AI itu bisa diintegrasikan dalam pembelajaran, itu kemudian ada apa namanya ya, seperti ada kecenderungan untuk mengesampingkan kreativitas guru dalam memanfaatkan teknologi, mohon maaf, dalam memanfaatkan sumber-sumber belajar yang ada di lingkungan sekitar. Jadi sebenarnya di sini guru-guru itu bisa sebenarnya guru-guru di tempat-tempat yang tidak tersentuh infrastruktur ini justru menunjukkan adanya komitmen mengajar yang sangat luar biasa ya. Jadi ketika mereka dihadapkan dengan keterbatasan baik itu dari segi sarana prasarana, dari segi finansial, mereka justru memiliki kreativitas untuk bisa memanfaatkan bahan-bahan alam di lingkungan sekitar sehingga proses pembelajaran itu tetap berjalan. Anak belajar dengan pengalaman yang real, dengan pengalaman yang nyata, apa namanya, lebih kreatif lagi dalam mengembangkan ide-ide mereka ketika menyelesaikan sebuah proyek atau ketika mereka menghasilkan sebuah karya. Jadi di sini apa namanya, kreativitas guru itu justru terlihat lebih membantu anak itu mengembangkan imajinasinya dibandingkan mereka hanya sekedar mengikuti apa yang tertuang di dalam LKA atau LKS itu. Ya, jadi ketika anak-anak dibanding ke apa namanya, kalau kita membuat perbandingan, ini pengalaman, kebetulan ini pengalaman kami juga ketika menjadi seorang asesor di lapangan, itu ada terlihat perbedaan kualitas dari proses pembelajaran yang dilaksanakan oleh guru-guru yang cenderung mengandalkan LKA itu dengan guru-guru yang lebih mengedepankan kebebasan anak dalam memanfaatkan alat dan bahan yang ada di sekitar. Ya, kalau yang secara mohon maaf, secara fasilitas itu sangat mendukung, itu terlihat ada kecenderungan di situ, memang tidak seluruh, tetapi ada kecenderungan guru-guru itu akan lebih menggunakan LKA karena yang diprioritaskan itu adalah kemampuan calistung anak-anaknya. Jadi kegiatan di luar kelas itu hampir jarang ditemukan, Tetapi kalau di tempat-tempat yang tidak terjangkau, ya di daerah-daerah yang memang mereka kesulitan untuk bisa mencetak LKA, mereka kesulitan untuk bisa mengakses internet, mendapatkan sumber-sumber belajar yang bisa didownload dari internet, itu mereka justru memilih menggunakan apa yang ada di sekitar. Dan ini justru memiliki nilai ini sebenarnya bisa meningkatkan kreativitas, ya daya berpikir kreatif anak-anak, penalaran kritis yang lebih konkret, lebih menyentuh kehidupan langsung anak-anak dibandingkan dengan mengerjakan selembar LKA itu tadi. Lalu poin yang kedua, ini mutu ini harusnya juga bisa dilihat dari bagaimana dedikasi guru dalam memberikan layanan pembelajaran yang berkualitas. Jadi sebenarnya kalau kita lihat banyak sekali yang menganggap bahwa guru-guru PAUD yang ada di daerah-daerah yang tidak terjangkau infrastruktur itu dalam tanda kutip hanya sekedar mengajar, ya hanya sekedar mengajar. Padahal kalau kita telusuri lebih jauh, itu jauh lebih mendalam bahwa mereka itu lebih memiliki passionnya. Ya, jadi mengajar itu lebih karena panggilan ininya, panggilan jiwanya sebagai guru, dan juga mereka berupaya menyerahkan, mendedikasikan seluruh yang mereka miliki, yang mereka bisa itu untuk memberikan layanan pendidikan anak usia dini yang lebih berkualitas. Tetapi kalau misalkan apa namanya ya, pada daerah yang memang akses infrastrukturnya bagus, lalu kemudian akses internet dan juga intinya ya integrasi pemanfaatan teknologinya itu lebih bagus, itu ada kecenderungan guru-guru hanya tinggal ambil dari internet, di print, dikasih ke peserta didik. Yang terpenting administrasinya lengkap, administrasinya ini, maka selesai. Ya, jadi sebenarnya di sini bukan berarti menganggap bahwa daerah-daerah yang akses teknologi atau internetnya itu ada kecenderungan untuk ini saja tidak ada kreativitas pada guru-gurunya, bukan seperti itu juga, tetapi lebih ke seringkali proses pembelajaran yang dilakukan oleh guru-guru di daerah yang tidak tersentuh atau yang akses internetnya itu kurang, itu justru dinilai kurang mantap, kurang berkualitas hanya karena mereka tidak menggunakan itu teknologi dalam pembelajaran seperti memanfaatkan video-video pembelajaran, game-game interaktif atau apapun itu yang mengandung teknologi pembelajaran itu sendiri. Seringkali dianggap mereka ini kan hanya main, lihat mereka punya anak-anak hanya pergi main masa anak-anak diajak keluar hitung batu, hitung daun, hitung ranting, hitung biji-bijian, padahal anak-anak itu harus duduk di kelas dan belajar. Nah, ini seringkali persepsi yang keliru yang kemudian menganggap guru-guru yang membawa anak keluar kelas itu mutu prosesnya itu lebih rendah dibandingkan dengan guru-guru yang memang setiap hari anak-anaknya duduk di kelas dan belajar dengan LKA dan lain sebagainya. Oke, berikut kita bisa lihat di sini yang ketiga ini terkait dengan kepatuhan ini ya, kepatuhan pada kebijakan, kepatuhan regulasi itu dengan realita yang ada di lapangan. Jadi seringkali tuntutan untuk memenuhi tuntutan standar administrasi itu tidak sejalan dengan realitas keterbatasan dana di lapangan. Ya, ini kalau kita lihat ya, salah satunya evaluasi akreditasi itu seringkali dirasakan sebagai bentuk pengawasan yang ada kecenderungan mengintimidasi ya, dalam arti bahwa mengintimidasi dalam arti kenapa tidak seperti ini, kenapa harusnya seperti ini, lalu kemudian kenapa tidak ada ini, harusnya seperti ini. Sementara di satu sisi guru-guru PAUD di lapangan itu memiliki permasalahan terkait dengan rendahnya dana atau sumber sumber dana yang bisa digunakan untuk membantu operasional di lembaga tersebut. Jadi selain itu juga standar nasional di akreditasi yang terlalu tinggi ini tidak sejalan juga dengan tingkat kesejahteraan guru-guru yang kemudian ada kecenderungan menganggap bahwa guru-guru yang jarang mengikuti pelatihan, kemudian guru-guru yang secara administrasi itu tidak lengkap, itu dianggap tidak berkualitas, padahal di satu sisi mereka sedang berupaya di tengah keterbatasan untuk mungkin secara administrasi itu mereka tidak begitu lengkap, tetapi dari segi proses mereka justru menunjukkan adanya proses yang lebih bermakna, yang lebih menyenangkan, yang lebih mengedepankan prinsip belajar anak usia dini yang identik dengan dunia bermain itu sendiri. Lalu kemudian kewajiban untuk ini juga ya, ketersediaan. Kalau kita lihat di dokumen PPA itu memang salah satu kelengkapan yang dituntut itu adalah soal ketersediaan alat permainan edukatif yang pabrikan itu salah satunya di sana, karena di situ ada juga yang muncul list alat permainan edukatif pabrikan itu. Padahal di satu sisi alat permainan edukatif itu kan bisa disiasati dengan memanfaatkan berbagai berbagai alat dan bahan yang ada di sekitar yang tidak harus berbentuk alat permainan edukatif pabrikan itu, tetapi memiliki fungsi dan tujuan yang sama untuk menstimulasi seluruh aspek perkembangan anak itu secara holistik, secara menyeluruh. Lalu kemudian ada kecenderungan bahwa ketika alat permainan edukatif yang pabrikan ini, yang mahal ini tidak ada, maka alat permainan, alat dan bahan yang berbasis kearifan lokal itu dianggap dipandang sebelah mata, lalu dianggap masa hanya untuk beli ini saja tidak bisa, masa hanya untuk mengadakan ini saja tidak bisa, padahal ini penting untuk ini, padahal ini penting. Lalu kemudian ada kecenderungan untuk mengesampingkan pemanfaatan bahan-bahan lokal ataupun produk-produk yang dihasilkan oleh masyarakat di sekitar yang justru memiliki nilai ini yang sama untuk mendukung kegiatan pembelajaran di PAUD. Oke, berikutnya ini terkait dengan teori pendukung. Jadi untuk temuan penelitian ini mendukung 3 teori utama. Ini terkait dengan teori ekologinya Brown van Brenner, lalu teori sosial kulturalnya Vygotsky, dan juga kualitas hasil konstruksi dari Dalbert dan kawan-kawan. Baik, kalau kita lihat dari Brown van Brenner sendiri, ini sistem sistem pendidikan yang mewajibkan yang mewajibkan kurikulum yang terstruktur dan terstandar, itu menunjukkan bahwa kurikulum yang diwajibkan tersebut itu harusnya, idealnya itu harus disesuaikan dengan kondisi real anak atau lingkungan sekitar anak sehari-hari. Jadi harusnya dia lebih menggambarkan bagaimana kehidupan anak sehari-hari seperti adat istiadatnya, lalu kemudian nilai budaya, atau juga mungkin dinamika komunitas di sekitar itu, agar materi belajar yang diberikan kepada anak-anak itu lebih relevan dalam mendukung tumbuh kembangnya. Sedangkan kalau dari teori Vygotsky, dari teori sosial Vygotsky ini sendiri, ini mau menggambarkan bahwa sebenarnya dalam pengembangan kurikulum itu bukan hanya soal dokumen administrasi yang diutamakan, tetapi bagaimana kemudian keseluruhan proses pembelajaran itu benar-benar menggambarkan hubungan timbal balik dan dialog yang hangat itu antara guru dan juga peserta didiknya. Karena adanya hubungan timbal balik atau dialog yang hangat atau kedekatan secara emosional atau bonding yang kuat antara anak dan peserta didik dan juga pendidiknya itu jauh lebih bernilai secara ini dibandingkan dengan kehadiran fasilitas yang mewah, yang lengkap, tetapi kemudian antara anak dan peserta didik itu tidak ada bonding yang terjalin. Ya, fasilitasnya boleh lengkap, tapi kemudian ketika interaksinya itu tidak ada, atau kalaupun ada interaksi tapi interaksi hanya sebatas mengikuti ininya semata tanpa ada bonding, maka ini juga dianggap kurang relevan. Lalu yang ketiga dari Dalbert dan kawan-kawan dan dari Lincoln dan Guba, ini membuktikan bahwa mutu pendidikan itu lahir dari dialog kolaboratif yang partisipatif itu dari dari berbagai pihak, ya. Jadi bukan hanya sekedar standar mutlak yang seragam, tetapi harusnya itu lahir dari berbagai perspektif, dari berbagai partisipasi antara pihak sekolah, stakeholder, ataupun masyarakat di sekitar sekolah. Oke, lalu kemudian ini terkait dengan rekomendasi, ya, kebijakan konkret, ya, dari hasil penelitian ini. Yang pertama ini terkait dengan pemangkasan administrasi, ya, beban administrasi yang terlalu tinggi yang dibebankan kepada guru-guru, dalam konteks ini guru PAUD, ya. Jadi diharapkan bahwa beban administrasi itu perlu dikurangi, ya, secara signifikan. Ya, kalau memungkinkan, ya, 70% penilaian evaluasi mutu itu diambil dari prosesnya, ya, bagaimana proses pembelajaran antara anak dengan peserta didik di kelas, ya. Jadi 30%-nya itu yang mungkin bisa dipetakan ke administrasi dan lain-lain. Lalu yang kedua terkait dengan legitimasi media lokal, media pembelajaran lokal. Bagaimana kemudian penilaian atau evaluasi mutu ini diharapkan bisa mengakui ataupun bisa menerima penggunaan dari berbagai bahan alam yang ada di sekitar itu sebagai alat peraga edukatif yang berkualitas juga dalam instrumen akreditasi. Artinya pembelajaran yang berbasis digital itu sebagai salah satu instrumen di akreditasi itu diharapkan tidak bobot atau porsinya itu diharapkan tidak mempengaruhi atau tidak membuat pemanfaatan bahan-bahan lokal itu justru menjadi dikesampingkan ya, karena kalau kita lihat jika pada bagian integrasi digital media digital dalam pembelajaran itu tidak dicentang, itu biasanya nilainya itu pasti bobot atau skor yang diperoleh itu pasti menjadi sangat turun ya. Oke. Lalu yang berikutnya itu fokus pada anggaran untuk mendukung pelatihan ataupun pengembangan kapasitas pedagogi dan juga kreativitas dari guru-guru. Ya, lalu kemudian yang berikut ini terkait dengan integrasi AI tadi itu dalam dalam hasil penelitian ini. Pada bagian ini di sini mau menegaskan bahwa mutu dan kualitas pendidikan itu memang bagus ya dipandang dari integrasi AI dalam pendidikan itu tadi dari beberapa referensi yang dari beberapa pemateri terdahulu yang kita dengar, tetapi mungkin kita perlu ingat juga bahwa untuk daerah-daerah dengan keterbatasan akses ya itu mungkin integrasi AI yang penting ya, yang sangat penting apalagi dengan kemajuan zaman sekarang ini seperti kata Dr. Max tadi itu kita tidak bisa kembali lagi ke belakang, kita harus maju terus hadapi, tetapi kemudian mungkin porsinya itu jangan sampai membuat lembaga-lembaga PAUD yang ada di daerah yang tidak punya kapasitas, yang tidak punya akses untuk bisa mendapatkan atau bisa memanfaatkan teknologi ini dalam pembelajarannya itu justru kemudian tersingkirkan dalam tanda kutip ya, tersingkirkan. Tetapi bagaimana nanti AI ini bisa dirancang sebagai pendukung alat bantu kegiatan pembelajaran, tetapi diharapkan porsinya itu jangan sampai mengesampingkan kualitas atau proses pembelajaran yang lebih identik atau sangat identik dengan pemanfaatan kearifan lokal itu tadi. Lalu kemudian sebenarnya kalau kita lihat ya pemanfaatan AI dalam pembelajaran itu juga sebenarnya sangat bagus dan sangat membutuhkan pendampingan atau dukungan dari guru-guru, tetapi kembali lagi dalam konteks daerah-daerah yang tidak terjangkau dengan akses infrastruktur dalam hal ini internet dan lain-lain, itu diharapkan bisa dipertimbangkan untuk tidak dijadikan sebagai standar baku yang kemudian nanti akan mengesampingkan kreativitas berbasis kearifan lokal. Oke, baik, mungkin ini sedikit dari mohon maaf ya kalau mungkin sedikit tidak tepat, tapi mungkin kurang lebih inilah yang bisa saya presentasikan hari ini terkait dengan penelitian kami. Tapi intinya di sini bahwa kami sangat berharap pemerintah itu tidak menetapkan standar baku terkait dengan mutu dan kualitas dari proses pembelajaran khususnya dalam konteks anak usia dini, karena sebenarnya mutu itu sendiri lahir dari kesadaran seorang pendidik akan kebutuhan peserta didiknya lahir dari sebuah proses yang alami, yang dekat dengan kehidupan nyata anak, yang bisa membantu anak bertumbuh dan berkembang secara alami sesuai dengan potensi lokalnya masing-masing. Mutu itu lahir dari bagaimana masyarakat di sekitar sekolah itu bisa memberikan dukungan praktisnya terhadap penyelenggaraan atau keberlangsungan satuan pendidikan, dan diharapkan beban administrasi itu tidak menjadi patokan atau ukuran. Kelengkapan administrasi itu tidak dijadikan sebagai patokan atau ukuran untuk menentukan mutu dan kualitas satu satuan pendidikan, termasuk ketersediaan atau kelengkapan sarana prasarana secara fisik. Ya, mungkin itu saja dari kami yang bisa saya presentasikan. Miss Eka, saya kembalikan.
Okay, thank you, Ibu, for an insightful presentations. And so first, I would like to greet first about all the presenters who have just joined this breakout room or this conference. And then now I would like to announce again about or inform again about the rules of this presentations. First one, it will be the presentations delivered by all the presenters. And then the second, and then the time or the durations of the presentations not more than 15 minutes. So it will be about 15 minutes only. And then the second one, if you all have already presented your presentations or your materials, there will be question and answer sessions in the last session, in the second sessions later on, after all the presenters have just presented their material. And then after that, for the last session, it will be the closing. Thank you so much, Ibu Beata. And then later on, for the questions that who or the presenters wants to send to Ibu Beata, later on you may write down in the chat box or in the second sessions later on for the question or Q&A sessions. Okay. And then for the next presenter here, it will be Ibu Teresia Alfianisum, and then the other authors here under the title Manggarai Culture as a Developmental Pedagogical Framework in Early Childhood Education, Integrating Cultural Literacy and Lontoliok Pedagogy. So is Ibu Teresia Alfianisum here? Okay, already. Then the screen is yours, Ibu.
Thank you, Ms. Eka.
Okay.
Thank you for your time. Okay, my presentation tentang pedagogika early childhood education should be
ideology in the headlines compass.id builds through a systematic discourse structure. Themes relate to humanity, economy reform, and public participation show the tendency of the media to display the values of freedom and rationality. The news report also shows support for decentralization, information disclosure, and balance between market mechanisms and government intervention. From the aspect of language, the use of modern economic and political terms form a positive image of globalization, democracy, and international cooperation. Thus, the media not only conveys information, but also shapes people's perspective on social, political, and economy relates through the representation of liberalism ideology. Next, conclusion. Based on the results of the research, it can be concluded that the ideology of liberalism in the headlines compass.id represented implicitly through various political, economy, and social themes. Sorry. Maaf Ibu, saya ulangi di bagian penutup. Conclusion, based on the results of the research, it can be concluded that the ideology of liberalism in the headlines compass.id represented implicitly through various political, economic, and social themes. Liberal values such as individual freedom, information disclosure, democracy, policy rationality, and market mechanisms are in the selection of themes, the preparation of information, and the use of language in news text. Through macro superstructure and microstructure, the media builds a discourse that supports openness, public participation, and social economy reform. Thus, compass.id not only functions as a conveyor of information, but also as a means of forming public opinion and constructing social reality through the representation of liberalism ideology. That's all, and thank you. I return this presentation to the moderator.
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much for the insightful presentation, Kakak. Now we continue to the next presenter. We welcome Gabriela Apriliani. Are you there, Kakak? Oh ya, okay. Stop screen first, lalu baru share screen dari Gabriela punya. Okay. Are you ready? Sudah siap? Oke, silakan mulai, Gabriela.
Okay, good afternoon, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. Let me introduce myself. My name is Gabriela Apriliani from the Indonesian Language and Literature Education Study Program. On this occasion, I would like to present the result of my research entitled Women's Determination in the Novel Lakon yang ditulis kemudian by Bodhi Ariswandi, a study of Sarah Mayer's critical discourse analysis. The research discusses how women are represented as individuals who possess courage, self-awareness, and the ability to determine their own life choices amidst oppressive power relations. The first introduction. The research is motivated by the phenomenon that women still experience various forms of injustice, such as gender-based violence, domination, control over women's bodies, and the silencing of women's voices. In many social situations, women are often positioned as weak individuals who do not have the freedom to determine the direction of their own lives. However, despite these pressures, women continue to show courage in resisting oppression and maintaining their existence. This phenomenon became the main reason for choosing the topic of women determination. The novel Lakon yang ditulis kemudian by Bode Rizwandi was chosen because it presents the reality of women's live within a social environment filled with oppression and patriarchal relation. Through their action and self-awareness, the female characters in the novel demonstrate their struggle to gain freedom and preserve their dignity. The next, research problem. This research focuses on how women's determination is represented in the novel Lakon yang ditulis kemudian by Bode Rizwandi through Saramaya's critical discourse analysis perspective at the word level, phrase or sentence level, and discourse level. The objectives of this research are to describe the force of women's determination in the novel, to reveal women's courage and resistance against oppressive power relation, and to analyze the representation of women through Saramaya's perspective, namely at the word level, phrase or sentence level, and discourse level. Next, theoretical framework. This research employs two main theoretical foundations, namely the concept of determination and Saramaya's critical discourse analysis. Determination is understood as an individual's ability to make life choices consciously, independently, and responsibly. Furthermore, this research applies Saramaya's feminist critical discourse analysis approach. In this study, Saramaya's critical discourse analysis is conducted through three levels of analysis, namely the word level, the phrase or sentence level, and the discourse level. Next, research method. This research uses a descriptive qualitative method because it focuses on understanding the meaning and representation of women in literary texts. The research data consists of quotations from the novel related to women determination. The data collection techniques were carried out through observing, reading, and note-taking by repeatedly reading the novel and recording parts that represent women determination. Furthermore, the data were analyzed through data reduction, data presentation, and conclusion drawing using Saramaya's critical discourse analysis approach. Findings and discussion. Based on the analysis of novel Lakon yang ditulis kemudian, it was found the woman's determination is represented through the courage to resist oppression, rejection of domination, awareness of self-identity, and the struggle to achieve freedom. These representations are constructed through language use at the word level. At the word level, women determination is reflected through diction such as struggle, resist, freedom, and milestone of struggle. These words indicate woman courage, resistance, and awareness in opposing domination and gaining freedom in their lives. At the phrase or sentence level, women are represented as active subjects who possess the courage to determine their own life choices. Sentences such as, I do not want to obey his request and I will not work tonight. So women's rejection, domination, and systems that exploit them. At the discourse level, the novel constructs women as individuals who undergo a long process toward awareness and freedom. Female characters are not morally portrayed as victims of oppression, but also figures who develop voices, courage, and ability to resist and unjust power relations. Thus, through Sarah Mill's critical discourse analysis approach, this novel represents women not merely as victims, but as subjects who possess voices, courage, awareness, and ability to determine the direction of their own lives amidst unjust power relations. Next, conclusion. Based on the findings, the research, it can be concluded the woman's determination in the novel Lakon yang ditulis kemudian is viewed as process that develops through life experience, social pressures, self-awareness, and women's courage in resisting oppression. Through the use of language and discourse structures, women are represented not morally as victims, but as subjects who possess willpower, voices, and the ability to determine the course of their own lives. This concludes the presentation of this research. Thank you for attention and the opportunity given to me. With all the respect, I would like to return the forum to the moderator. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. Thank you so much, Gabriela. Once again, if anyone would like to ask questions, please feel free to raise your hand and then
Not really present the other presenters.
Who presentate now?
Hello, Father.
I cannot hear your voice. Not so clearly.
Hello, Father.
Halo Romo. This is your time to present your paper.
Halo, Father. Bisa dengar suara saya, Pak Efrem?
Oh, Pak Efrem. Okay. Go on.
Halo, Father.
Romo sekarang.
Halo, Father. Kamu 5 papers sudah sudah dipresentasikan.
Sekarang itu Romo.
Sekarang sesi
Okay.
untuk Romo presentasi paper.
Oh, I can.
Okay.
I'm very sorry. I make my paper last minute, so I didn't prepare PPT. I prepare simple PPT. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
can read?
Oh, very interesting topic, Father.
I know your passion, politic passion.
Wow. So you
I
decided
and
to politic, yes?
Father Bone and Marcel Ungkang, yeah,
Berat
composed
ini.
this paper with its title Institutional Corruption Symbols under Indonesia Developmentalist Discourse, a systemic socio-semantic stylistic analysis with text reconstruction. Like the title says, that I and my friends, my colleagues use framework of Donna Miller, SSS, Systemic Socio-Semantic Stylistic Analysis. This framework, integration of SFL, Systemic Functional Linguistic, and Verbal Art, and PMS Literary Verbal Art Text. Using language is making meaning, say holiday. By making meaning by lexicon and grammar as source and resource, make lexicogrammar. Yeah, lexicon on the other and grammar the other integrate in one reality in text in language reality. We says lexicogrammar like Holiday says. Three aspects of meaning we make: ideational, interpersonal, and textual meaning. Verbal art within literature make meaning with words. It is unique, but uses language, so we study a study about language like other genres. Rukaya Hassan's applied systemic functional linguistic on verbal art text. It is a new perspective of stylistic, and hereafter in the history of stylistic, systemic, functional, linguistic, stylistics. A specific argument, stylistic studies style, not stop on style, or with styles on the text, beyond what for and why the author use style, use words, use phrase, use sentence. This is an abstention within systemic functional stylistic. Special point of Hassan are considerations on text as symbolic articulation. Yeah, maybe Mr. Henrik and the other who study philosophy remind us with Paul Ricoeur, as you know, surplus meaning. Yeah,
Yes,
like Hassan says, double meaning, symbolic meaning. So every reader, critic also see text as symbols. So we entitled our title Institutional Corruption Symbols. Reader, critic, read text, not stop words, not stop on words and styles author used before text, but beyond text. Symbolically articulate is doubly articulate. The other one, Hassan remind, carrying cohesion, what she call cohesive harmony. Chain of cohesive harmony can get a semantic trajectory across text. Yeah, maybe my colleagues, Marcel Ungkang always use by in his hand to make a poem. Donna Myler, by her systemic socio-semantic stylistic, by the name Myler's, is an implementation of Halliday systemic functional linguistic within stylistic. Following or drawing on Hassan's stylistic, Myler developed Hassan's frame and integrate it with transitivity, appraisal, and cohesive harmony analysis. Appraisal critically evaluates text and explores semantic trajectory by cohesive chain, lexical and grammatical cohesion. Mr. Kikin, you know, in study linguistic, in critical perspective like critical discourse analysis or critical discourse studies, analyze uses of transitivity analysis, appraisal and cohesive chain function, revealing ideological meaning and power relation on text. It is interesting for us using it
as theoretical frame and framework in this paper. On our paper, we use Myers framework, famous name Step 5 scheme. In our eyes, Hume as literary text matches for the case study to implement verbal art Myers version. In our eyes also, mechanism for studies text with Hallidayan systemic functional linguistic treats text as constructed reality. Yeah, Mr. Hendrik, we remind about Jacques Derrida. Yeah, construction, deconstruction, and reconstruction. I use it here. So we begin with reconstruction as a preliminary step before stylistic analysis. We see Rendra Sajak, sekolah lanjutan atas, is interesting us because, as we will see forward, the poetic text has political points, yeah, as you said, Mr. Hendrik, and political issue under Orde Baru developmentalist discourse. Before reconstructing text, certainly we use close reading qualitative approach for approaching Rendra's film text. In our eyes, Hume as literary text matches for the case study to implement verbal art, Miller's version. In our eyes also, mechanism for studies text with Hallidayan systemic functional linguistic treats text as constructed reality. So we begin with reconstruction as a preliminary step before stylistic analysis. In our eyes, that is first step before analyzing text, a methodological way approach text. We see Rendra Sajak sekolah lanjutan atas interesting because as we will see forward, the poetic text, I repeat it. I repeat the point. Now, analysis and discussion. Transitivity analysis, certainly within systemic functional linguistic holiday, shows there are 38 or 45% material process. Material process, Mr. Hendrik and the others, we use verb about action, like I sweep the floor is the different I think or I feel. Yeah. The material process for doing process, for action process, and relational process about our mentality. About our relation. Yeah. Our relation with other thing. So you can say, you are a beautiful girl. Beautiful girl, relation with someone who we say you are beautiful. And a mental process about how we think, how we feel about something. So I like you. This is mental process in systemic functional linguistic of holiday. And verbal process like I say you. She says, she call me. Yeah, she tell me. Tell, call, say. There are verbal process. What the points? The patterns enact the politicization by technical language. Jadi pola-pola penggunaan proses ini adalah sarana bahasa yang dipakai oleh pengarang, dipakai oleh penyair untuk melakukan apa yang disebut depolitisasi. Jadi ada ruang publik yang selama Orde Baru itu karena normalisasi termasuk di dunia kehidupan kampus, maka orang dilarang berpolitik. Tetapi ternyata orang berpolitik dengan versinya sendiri. Corruption and sexual violence as discursive event in classroom. Ya, mohon maaf Pak Hendrik dan kawan-kawan. Ini kata-katanya Renda di baris pertama puisi ini sangat pornografis. Murid-murid mengobel kelentit ibu gurunya. Ya, you know. Sangat vulgar. Ya. The Pume's typographic fragmentation function as stylistic device within Orde Baru developmentalist discourse. Yeah, maybe I can clarify in Indonesian language. Yeah, as we know that a poem compose the poem text not only by words but how to type. In or within literature study, we say typography. Jadi baris-baris dan bait-bait di dalam puisi itu memang tidak seperti teks yang biasa. Karena apa? Itu adalah bagian dari estetik order, ya. Kaidah estetika di dalam puisi itu salah satunya adalah menyusun baris-baris yang tidak rata pinggir dan tidak rata kiri dan tidak rata kanan. Ya, kurang lebih begitu. Ya, tetapi ada sebuah konsekuensi semantik dari cara itu, ya. Halliday sebagai salah seorang linguistik fungsional melihat bahwa setiap kalimat, baik kalimat tunggal maupun kalimat jamak itu satu kesatuan pesan. Tetapi kalau misalnya dipenggal-penggal untuk tujuan bahasa lisan, oke. Tapi untuk sebuah bahasa tulis akan mengaburkan pesan. Nah, kurang lebih pilihan rekonstruksi saya terapkan dan kawan-kawan terapkan di sini adalah bagaimana melihat puisi bukan sebagai bahasa lisan yang akan dibacakan dalam puisi, tetapi sebagai bahasa tulis yang harus diletakkan dalam kaidah sintaksis. Ya, Mr. Kikin know about that. Ya, by syntactic order, ya, we make or we order the sentence logically. Ya. So within syntaxis we use the word of order, the order of words, ya. Bagaimana kita mengurutkan kata-kata menjadi sebuah satuan yang logis pada tingkat frasa, pada tingkat klausa, dan pada tingkat kalimat. Nah, strategi rekonstruksi yang saya lakukan dan kawan-kawan lakukan di sini adalah memperlakukan teks puisinya Rendra itu sebagai sebuah karya tulis. Tujuannya adalah untuk menemukan pesan yang utuh melalui kalimat-kalimat yang digunakan di dalamnya. Tetapi berhubungan dengan studi ini dalam critical perspective, ternyata saya menemukan bahwa melalui strategi tipografi itu ada problem. Dari satu sisi, demi kaidah estetika indah. Demi kaidah retorika ketika dibacakan, orang simak dalam kalimat-kalimat pendek, tetapi mengaburkan keutuhan pesan. Maka dengan cara rekonstruksi, mana bagian dari mana, saya harus menemukan kalimat yang utuh dari baris-baris puisi itu. Itulah yang saya dan kawan-kawan maksudkan dekonstruksi, konstruksi. Jadi puisi yang ada itu adalah hasil sebuah konstruksi, lalu dilakukan dekonstruksi supaya menemukan mana subjeknya, mana predikatnya, mana objeknya. Itu dalam bahasa formal. Tetapi dalam istilah fungsional dia menggunakan partisipan, proses, dan goal. Dan juga circumstance, lingkungan, kapan, di mana, dan seterusnya. Nah, dampak dalam studi bahasa kritisnya adalah kalau kita tidak bisa menemukan atau menghadirkan kembali partisipannya, kita sulit membedakan apakah partisipan itu seorang agen atau seorang pasien. Apakah dia pelaku atau korban. Nah, dengan rekonstruksi ini kita melihat, oh ternyata kalimat ini sesungguhnya ini agennya. Tentu saja dalam relasi intraklausal dan interklausal, intrasentensial and intersentensial. Ya, Mr. Kikin dan kawan-kawan yang belajar sama-sama ilmu ini pasti agak familiar dengan istilah interklausal, intraklausal, intersentensial, dan intrasentensial. Ya, itu kurang lebih strategi pembacaan yang kami lakukan supaya menemukan posisi-posisi agen di dalamnya. Oke, baik. Berkaitan dengan tema, kami menemukan begini, bahwa the poem typographic fragmentation function as stylistic device within Orde Baru developmentalist discourse with max power relation. Jadi, Ternyata akibat dari tipografi tadi atau mengacakkan kalimat di dalam teks puisi itu menyembunyikan relasi kekuasaan yang sesungguhnya. Misalnya relasi kuasa antara guru dengan murid, antara guru dengan orang tua murid, antara orang tua murid dalam interaksi bersama berkaitan dengan proses yang terjadi di sekolah atau di kelas. The next, we use double articulation by Hasan and Myler. Analysis shows that the text is dominated by negative judgment and negative judgment of social valuation. Jadi di dalamnya kita menemukan ada penilaian. Itu konsep tentang appraisal tadi itu berhubungan dengan bagaimana seorang pembaca, seorang kritikus itu menilai sebuah karya sastra, juga orang-orang atau tokoh-tokoh yang dilibatkan di dalam sastra. Jadi teks ini setelah saya membaca di dalamnya ada bagian monolognya, ada bagian dialognya, sehingga mix campuran antara monolog dan dialog. Ketika ibu guru berpidato atau ketika murid-murid itu menantang dengan pidato mereka, mereka menggunakan monolog interaktif tentu saja. Tetapi ada bagian yang memang mereka ada dialog. Karena itu di dalamnya ada para pihak, guru dengan murid, ada juga bagiannya antara guru dengan orang tua murid. Nah, karena ada interaksi, ada dialog di dalamnya, maka muncullah penilaian-penilaian negatif ini. Nah, itu yang kami temukan. Nah, dalam studi bahasa kritis, penilaian negatif bukan hanya soal tanda dalam kata-kata, tetapi relasi kekuasaan. Murid menilai guru buruk, sebaliknya guru menilai murid buruk. Itulah persis negatif judgment-nya. Next, chain of developmentalism. Ya, kami menemukan bahwa ada semacam rantai ideologi pembangunan mengikuti Jerman, mengikuti Jepang dan Amerika. Kalau Indonesia mau maju, mau modern, mau menjadi negara industri, Indonesia take over the country's version way for building Indonesia. Make Indonesia become Japan, America, Germany. The change of arbitrary power and corruption, ya. Arbitrary power itu kekuasaan yang sebenang-benang dan korupsi yang menjadi judul kami di sini, karena kami melihat bahwa ada banyak simbol di dalam teks ini yang menggambarkan tentang praktik korupsi guru, praktik korupsi orang tua murid, juga korupsi waktu dari murid-muridnya. Kami menemukan ada semacam lintasan atau sebuah perjalanan di dalam seluruh teks itu dari korupsi yang dipertontonkan seperti yang ditampilkan oleh tokoh ibu guru, dan juga ada semacam kontestasi definisi. Bagaimana versi guru itu definisi korupsi, bagaimana versi orang tua murid, bagaimana versi murid-murid. Jadi kurang lebih ada semacam counter discourse between participants. Participan female teacher, participan the parents of children and children also. Jadi masing-masing mereka itu memiliki persepsi dan definisi korupsinya sendiri. Dan akhirnya di dalam teks ini kita menemukan apa yang disebut corruption praktik. Ada praktik korupsi dilakukan guru. Jadi salah satu poin yang menarik itu Pak Guru, ibu gurunya ini rela disentuh, dipegang-pegang dia punya payudara, asalkan dia punya proposal untuk memperbaiki atap rumahnya yang bocor itu dikabulkan oleh orang tua murid. Nama deh itu di dalam puisinya Rendra ini. Ya, kita menemukan itu di dalam itu, bukan karangan Romino ini. Oke, the double articulation of perundingan dan kemajuan. Ya, jadi ada kosakata tentang perundingan kemajuan. Within critical discourse analysis, there are negotiation and negation. Ya, ada perundingan, tapi ada juga penentangan dan pertentangan di dalamnya. Nah, di dalam puisi ini kita menemukan ada perundingan, tapi perundingan itu adalah perundingan tidak bebas kepentingan. Guru katakan begini, kamu punya anak naik kelas nanti, asal neka hemong rebos perang sendaku. Coba bayangkan itu Pak Hendrik. Kamu harus memberi saya uang supaya saya bisa beli tonikum, beli obat perangsang. Asalkan kamu kasih itu, kamu punya anak itu nanti naik kelas. Nah, sebaliknya orang tua murid mengatakan, maran gitu namanya. Asal naik kelas tuh dan anak. Jadi itu ada kontestasi. kontestasi
This
definisi
is very
tentang korupsi,
unique.
korupsi versi guru, dan korupsi versi murid, dan korupsi versi orang tua murid. Oke. Baik. Maybe there it is a specific termnya, agent delation passive material proses. Jadi ternyata Pak Hendrik dan kawan-kawan, dalam kalimat pasif kita itu ada sebuah strategi ideologi di dalamnya. Misalnya begini, pencuri dipukul, tapi tidak ada siapa yang pukulnya. Nah, banyak di dalam teks-teks berita kita karena takut polisi atau takut kepada siapa yang memukul, mungkin dia itu preman seperti Hercules. Sehingga berita itu hanya sampai di situ saja. Pencuri dipukul, tidak dimasukkan siapa pemukulnya. Kurang lebih begitu. Itu yang disebut dengan agent delation. Ya, ada penghapusan agen demi keselamatan. Kita tahu bahwa di bawah era Orde Baru Soeharto, orang untuk berbicara secara vulgar. Kecuali omong tentang kelentit tadi, dia omong lugas. Tapi omong tentang keburukan Soeharto tidak ditemukan di sini. Dia pakai simbol. Apa yang dilakukan oleh ibu guru, apa yang dilakukan oleh murid-murid, apa yang dilakukan oleh orang tua murid, itu adalah representasi dari praktik korupsi pada zaman Indonesia era Orde Baru. Makanya kita sebut under Indonesia developmentalist discourse. Baik, this double articulation enacts the new Orde Baru, the new order strategy of depoliticization. Corruption occurs, but no one is responsible. Jadi ada praktik korupsi yang terjadi, tetapi tidak ada yang bertanggung jawab. Ya, apalagi kalau dia itu adalah cukong atau kroninya cendana pada bakti dia. The reconstruction restores agency, exposing the ideological function of delation. Jadi penghapusan partisipan tadi bukan semata-mata karena kesalahan berbahasa, tetapi sebuah strategi yang dibeli oleh seorang penyair untuk menyembunyikan siapa pelakunya karena dia takut kepada kekuasaan yang kejam. Di dalam puisi ini disebut sebagai raja, dan yang kedua adalah kuku-kuku Garuda. Bayangkan kuku-kuku itu mencakar dan mencengkeram orang. Negara boys. Second, chain of perundingan relation process. I use the term of Donna Miller, semantic trajectory. Jadi sepanjang teks ada perjalanan, ada trajektori dari semantik itu. Ya, the double articulation of perundingan and kemajuan identified in section 422 on the paper precisely articulates the Budiman's critique to Orde Baru. Ya, angkatan-angkatan 98, Pak Efrem, mereka di Kisol pasti tahu nama Arif Budiman. Dia menulis dalam salah satu bukunya teori-teori pembangunan, yang melalui buku itu dia melakukan kritik terhadap pilihan pemerintah Orde Baru, pembangunan seperti apa yang mau diberlakukan di Indonesia. Ya. Inilah ajaran tentang perundingan dan kemajuan adalah soal perundingan. Jadi perundingan itu dijadikan sebagai instrument of language for political aims. Jadi bahasa diperalat, dijadikan instrumen untuk politisasi pemerintah Orde Baru. The positive grammatical structure is evaluated negatively through contextual irony. Jadi ironi yang dipakai oleh Rendra di sini itu justru menempatkan orang-orang yang terlibat di dalamnya secara negatif. Tapi sekali lagi, mereka bukan by diri mereka sendiri. Tetapi yang dimaksud di sini adalah representasi. Ya, guru, murid, orang tua yang ada dalam puisi ini adalah representatif dari Orde Baru dan rakyat Indonesia pada zaman itu. This is Miller double articulation. Evaluative meaning is woven into the ideational pattern. Third, demonstrative repetition plus relational process and negative appreciation. The restored itu ada kata itu yang dihapus atau ditiadakan di dalam teks puisi itu. Tetapi justru karena peniadaan itu menyembunyikan sebuah fakta akan masalah yang terjadi pada pemerintah Orde Baru. Ya, kurang lebih itu yang kami. Yang dimaksud di situ adalah itu raja, itu kuku Garuda. Hati-hati kalian bicara. The cohesive tie makes explicit both the typographic fragmentation obscure. Jadi karena akibat dari tipografi puisi itu ada pengaburan informasi, ada pengaburan pesan yang memang sengaja dipakai oleh Rendra untuk menyembunyikan dirinya dari kerjaan Orde Baru. Law is mood, not principle. Jadi ada kalimat statement yang berbunyi begini, semua boleh, semua tidak boleh. Jadi orang sulit, ada ketidakpastian di situ. Maka berdasarkan temuan kami, di dalam teks ini, melalui puisinya, Rendra mau mengatakan bahwa hukum itu memang hanya sampai pada niat, hanya sampai pada kemauan, tetapi bukan menjadi prinsip yang mengatur negara, karena raja dan kuku-kuku Garuda itu mengatur sesuka hatinya. Ya, singkatnya, in sum, Rendra stylistic choices, typographic fragmentation, passive dilation, euphemism, and irony, and are merely aesthetic. Through sensitivity and appraisal cohesion, they symbolically articulate and doubly articulate how New Order developmentalism produced a political, pragmatic subject by erasing agency, redefining norms, and commodifying education. Ya, ada sebuah kalimat yang menarik di dalam salah satu baris, bayar bangku kelas sama seperti bayar hotel. Jadi kami menemukan ada semacam marketisasi sekolah, marketisasi kelas. Jadi kelas itu tidak beda dengan pasar, karena di sana itu ada transaksi. Asal kamu memperbaiki rumah saya yang bocor, asal kamu memberi saya obat vitamin dan obat perangsang, maka kamu punya anak naik kelas. Di situ transaksinya. Orang tua bayar, tetapi anaknya naik kelas, itulah yang disebut dengan korupsi yang terselubung. The analysis shows a clear semantic trajectory across the three sections. Section 1 present corruption as fabricated spectacle governed by arbitrary power. Jadi pada bagian 1, kalau kita melakukan rekonstruksi, puisi itu dibagi atas 3 bagian. Jadi bagian pertama menyajikan korupsi sebagai tontonan buatan yang diatur oleh kekuasaan yang sewenang-wenang melalui agen lapangannya dalam diri guru. Bagian yang kedua, relocates corruption to the private sphere of teacher-parent negotiation, where agents are dilated and acts are euphemism. Section 3 reveals student complicity in reproducing the system through apolitical skills, consumerism, and the commodification of education. Across this trajectory, Rendra stylistic choices, intransitivity, appraisal, and cohesion enact the process by which New Order developmentalist discourse produces a political, pragmatic subject. The contribution is twofold. Theoretically, the study extends Miller's SSS by showing how reconstruction enables accurate tracing of double articulation in fragmented quoted text. Empirically, it provides a lexicogrammatical reading of Sajak SLA that links stylistic patterning to the production of the politicized subjectivity under Orde Baru developmentalism. Closing. Future research can apply the same reconstruction-based SSS framework to other Indonesian protest poems of the 1970s to 1990s, but in my mind, for all texts where any political issue, but for anything, we can use this framework, to explicate, to reveal ideological meaning and power relation, So I and my colleagues have a self-confidence that this is a new framework we can implement, we can applicate in our studies text, verbal art, and the other text with various genres. Thanks for your patience to hearing me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, Father Johannes Mariano, for your nice and thorough presentations. Now we go to the question and answer sessions. I give the chance to the participants to ask questions to the presenters. If you have any questions, you may raise your hand or you simply type the questions in chat box. Halo Pak Hendrik.
Hello.
Okay.
The one topic not yet presentation.
Oh, yeah, I was trying to see the names of these presenters, and I have not seen, or I missed the Pak Fik. I did not see the name here on the participants or anybody. Sorry.
Maybe other people.
Yeah, anybody who is
here?
going to be a representative for this team?
No.
My team, Father Bone and Marcel. Yeah, we have
Emilia S.
presented.
Nurung, and Agustina Ivon Isa.
Yeah, I did not see those names in the participants list. I was thinking that they have not joined us in this room.
The Father presentation is very interesting for me.
Very interesting, right?
Yeah, very interesting because she used the bilingual to elaborate the main concept. So we understand the presentation by Father Ino. But Father Ino, I want to ask you about justify rata kiri kanan and rata kiri rata kanan. For my for my study, if we use the justify, you apa careful the distance word from word. Antara kata dan kata itu harus diperhatikan. Kalau kita menggunakan rata kiri rata kanan, kalau dari segi ilmu desainnya. Tapi kalau ini rata kanan saja itu otomatis dia mengikuti. Walaupun jarak antara kata dan katanya itu tidak terlalu sama. Tapi kalau kita menggunakan rata kiri kanan, nah itu kita harus memperhatikan jarak antara kata dan katanya dalam desain teks itu. Maka para penerbit itu biasanya mereka memperhatikan itu. Kadang-kadang mereka penggal kalau memang terlalu jauh jaraknya, terlalu jauh jaraknya. Tapi saya tidak tahu tadi dalam kaitan dengan puisi itu bagaimana tadi rumus, saya kurang memahami di situ gitu.
Halo Romo. Halo Romo.
Maaf. My Zoom was trouble. Maybe any question to me?
Yeah.
Mr. Hendrik, I want to comment your presentation.
I want to
comment your topic. I want to comment your topic. Before me, you presented about AI.
AI, yes.
GPT father.
I surface and
I want to ask you, Mr. Hendrik and other people present here, about issue the humanization by machine. As we know, AI is not man, not woman. It is a platform, as you say. Yeah. How about your argumentation? We use AI, but for the other side, make it dehumanized. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you, Father
comment.
Ino. My study is very simple. I want to know how habit all the lecture at the Unika Sentupal Suruteng lecture. And I found it all lecture know what is the ChatGPT especially, but not all of they use the ChatGPT for every segment or every learning. Not so all, yeah. So I think our our student not not to know, yeah, not to know, what to know the importance of the
Yeah,
ChatGPT for us for study and the other need, yeah, the other need.
Yeah.
That is my find for my study. Not so deep, Father Ino. I want to know just how about ChatGPT used by our student, our lecture at the Unika Post Ruteng. Not so deep, not so deep.
So deep. Yeah. So I get your point that AI like ChatGPT is media for learning. Yeah. As a
Yes, yes.
media for learning, we can get its function. Yeah. To deepen, to extend, to expand our learning. Yeah. By ChatGPT, we can get many good things, many good things. But I commend you, don't forget the negative effect of use of machine in learning. Yeah. What I say, the humanization process. Okay.
Okay. I send your opinion, Romo. So the future time, we can make the regulation why the ChatGPT used for our campus. Yes. I think that.
Okay, thank you, Father Ino and Pak Hendrik for raising some interesting questions. And
This
anybody
is not
else?
debate, only comment, only comment.
Okay. It implies.
Because
Okay.
I and Father Ino is close friend.
Okay, I know that. Okay.
No. Don't make me fly, Mr. Henry.
Father Ino,
I'm standing here.
Father
I
Ino, Father
I
Ino,
have no
sorry.
ring.
Sorry, Father Ino. I want to elaborate your statement about justify kategori tekanan.
Oh, yeah. You can comment it.
Not that all understand for this statement. Could you please again apa? Could you again to explain it?
Oh, okay. Mr. Hendrik, I get your point.